Chapter 1. He felt like he had been sleeping for years, drifting on a dark, restful wave. His mind was a deep, dark sea of thoughts and dreams, visions of another better time in a colder, pristine land, somewhere far away in a much different time. A land of trees and animals, of fresh air and clean water, with no noise but that of life and nature, the sounds of animals hunting, wind rustling in the leaves, and trees growing in thick groves. He woke, or rather was ripped from his long and peaceful sleep. Pain, like nothing he had ever felt, tore into him, and a high-pitched wailing filled the air. One of the stupid pink defilers was cutting a tree across a small clearing from him, slashing at its beautiful old body with a blade of hot steel. A feeling of shock and horror competed with the sensation of pain. He could feel the damage like it was his own. By what right did this low being raise a hand to such ancient life? They should know their place in the order of life. He looked with old eyes that hadn't opened in years, making out the vision through the agony. It was a young one, and had a sword in its hand, but the sword blade spun around and cut the body of the tree with a screeching sound. A strange smell accompanied it, and its sword smoked as it spun. The defiler held the spinning blade into the tree. His back was turned to him as he faced his victim. He didn't have any time to think. He just reached out. He reached out with all his power, willing himself to grow, feeling his old body respond. He'd slept for years and had some power back, enough to kill this weak thing. He felt the branches of his arms reaching out from his home tree, springing forth from the once bare trunk of the tree and reaching out toward the man. They shot across the meters and meters of clearing, growing in a second. The man dropped its weapon in shock, but was too slow to escape its fate. He felt his vine-like hand reach around the man's warm neck. Long wooden fingers wrapped around the soft flesh and dug in, pulling it back and away from its crime. He pulled the man off the ground and freed his own head from the home tree, bringing the man's face close to his. He looked deep into its eyes. The man's eyes were wild with shock and horror, a deep brown color. He almost laughed. What a pathetic attempt to destroy one of his wards. His fingers rested on the delicate skin, and he let them grow sharp and pointed. His long fingers grew longer as they tore a bloody path deep into the man's neck and throat. The rich red blood began to pour from the wounds in its neck, coming out in thick spurts. He felt the strength and life in the blood. It was a glorious thing. He lifted the man high and let his vines reach deep into its entire body, finding its heart and crushing it with a single finger wrapped around it. The defiler screamed as it died, its lifeblood pouring around the roots of his tree and down his arms in thick red rivers of power. He did laugh now, a whisper of hisses, a broken woodwind instrument. He felt healthy and vigorous. He tossed the broken and drained body to the side, and placing his hand on either side of the tree, pulled himself free. He hadn't had a sacrifice in what seemed like years, and was at least 20 in the way they counted time. He looked around and saw the spinning sword. It was big and filled him with anger. Now they made weapons to destroy trees more quickly. He'd never seen its like. It had stopped spinning and screeching as it hit the ground, but he looked at it in a kind of fear. It was a powerful weapon. He looked at the man and up in the distance. He knew one meant more. but he would defend his home tree and grove. He stood tall and stretched his body. He was tall and full of power. He let his mind go to his grove. He could feel it all now. The trees, flowers, the animals. He felt all those he had to protect. He felt the pain of the helpless tree being attacked and animals killed. He felt the others as well. He knew there was a group of them. They were in one of those homes of dead trees. Many of them. Lucky for them, the trees were from another grove, and spoke not to him, though the thought angered him. He thought of his forest, and knew he would protect it, with their lives if he had to. He turned to the fallen body of the man and his weapon, and taking it by its legs, dragged it next to the weapon. He then reached out with his mind. There was a blackberry root near the body. He directed his power and thought, grow. The vine sprung to life and rose from the ground. Like a spiked snake, he directed it with his mind, making it grow in a thick bush, hiding the fallen man and his weapon. Now the attack had stopped, so had the pain, but he looked at the ancient tree that had been defiled. It was old and powerful. It had been growing and thriving long before the defiler had crawled into the world. It had a long cut in its trunk that scarred its beauty. He knew rot would get into the wound, and it would die. But he had the power now. He placed his wooden fingers on the wound and thought, heal. It took a lot of the power he had just absorbed, but it was worth it. He watched as the splinters grew together and the bark grew over the wound. He turned to the direction the defiler had come. There were a lot of them. He could sense them all, and he needed to know why they were in his grove, and why they were attacking his wards. They would need to be punished and stopped, and he'd be glad to do it. Chapter 2. Forced labor is what it was, just one step above slavery and human trafficking. Here she was, a London city girl, and now she had to do 3 months regional work to get her second-year visa. Vicky looked around at the people on the crowded coach and sighed. It was going to be a long bus ride to the Lynch family winery, and she didn't think they would be stopping and giving her a chance to roll a smoke any time soon. It was something she had to do, so she would, and try not to complain too much, though whinging was the English national sport. Her boyfriend was an Aussie, and if she wanted another year with him, then she had no choice. She wasn't the type to rush into a hasty fake wedding. She was only 28. But still, he was worth it. It might be fun, she tried to convince herself, and it was a good chance to get out of an office and taking phone calls for 8 hours a day. Though her pale white English skin was going to need some hardcore protection from these Australian rays. They had a hole in the ozone layer right above the country. The sun, like everything else here, wanted to hurt people. Australia had more poisonous snakes, spiders, jellyfish, scorpions, and other weird shit than anywhere else. At least they gave their creepy crawlies names you could easily understand, like the redback spider. It has a red back. Whitetail spider? You got it. Whitetail. Her boyfriend and her English mates, updated via Facebook, thought it was funny that she was going to do farm work. She was a lot more comfortable sitting around in a pub having a few pints and listening to some bands than getting all covered in cow shit. She hated the countryside. It was pretty for about 5 days, then it was just annoying. The bus had left Cairns in the morning, and her destination was at least 4 hours away. She had no idea where it was, but that it was somewhere in Queensland. She usually lived in Melbourne, and had to get a plane this far, but there was little work anywhere else. The countryside was lovely though. Queensland was more like a jungle than Victoria or England, and it was hot and humid all the time. It was like Jurassic Park, complete with huge bugs, straight out of prehistoric times. The place she was going to was some winery, which sounded pretty good. Much better than getting up at 5 a.m. to milk cows. The bus finally came to a stop at a station that was just a crossing at some dusty roads, a small tin shed to stop the rain if it started. That was all that marked the transfer hub. She grabbed her leather jacket from the seat next to her and stood up. Strolling down the middle of the bus, she realized she was almost alone now. Everyone else had gotten off much earlier. She stepped out past the bus driver. He got out behind her. The man was a classic bus driver. He even had pulled-up socks and high shorts. "I'll help you with your bag, love," he said, walking down the metal stairs behind her. Vicky smiled at him. "Thanks for that." The man walked to the side of the bus and opened the luggage doors. Reaching in, he pulled out her big backpack and set it down next to her. "Someone picking you up?" he asked. She looked at her watch. She was early. "Yeah, I told them 4. I'll just text them." The man laughed. "Good luck. Reception's useless out here. Even Telstra." Whatever that meant. The man walked off with a wave and got back into the bus. Within moments, she was standing next to the little tin shack, all alone. It was starting to get hot, and her usual choice of black jeans and a black top didn't seem that practical. But she had long blonde hair, and if she dressed in anything too colourful, she looked like a complete wanker. Vicky reached into the pockets of her jeans and pulled out a packet of tobacco, papers, and filters. She'd brought a lot of extra supplies. She knew the nearest shop would be miles away, and a weekend-only mission. She expertly rolled a neat little cigarette and licked the paper. She'd just lit it when the dust started to rise from the road in the direction the bus had gone. "Damn it," she said, taking 2 quick drags of the smoke before the car pulled up. The car was a lot nicer than she was expecting. It was sleek, black, and clean. It was a Mercedes of some kind, and 2 doors. Real penis on wheels. A young guy got out and smiled at her. "You must be Victoria." He walked over and shook her hand, hard. He wasn't what she'd expected either. He looked like an investment banker. Slick clothes, casual shirt, khaki pants, and expensive brown loafers with no socks. Gym fit guy, who probably looked at himself in the mirror as he worked his biceps. "I'm Gareth. My older brother Roger asked me to get you. He's all busy and stressed." The young guy reached out and took her bag, a big old backpack that could hold 3 weeks of clothes and a lot of bushman bug-off. "Feel free to finish your smoke. I'm happy to wait for you," he said. "Thanks, Gareth." She put her initial shock aside and remembered she needed these people to like her. "Not to sound funny, but you don't look like what I expected," she said, taking a drag of her smoke. He laughed, pulling out a cigarette of his own and lighting it. "Our family has done very well in the winery business, and farming, and, well, in a lot of things. My brother Roger handles the practical side, and I deal with the business side. It's not all dust and dirt and picking grapes. Running a winery is a lot of marketing and supply contracts. Anyway, you want to talk? You don't look like the average farmhand." She smiled. "Don't I know it? Still, I can be tough when I need to be." She flicked her smoke to the side of the road and crushed it out with her boot. He did the same. "Let's get going?" he said. Australians had a funny way of speaking. They raised the end of every sentence and made everything a question. Her boyfriend was always saying things like, "I'm going to the shops," but it sounded like, "I'm going to the shops?" On QI, the TV show, they had said it was called the Australian question intonation. Confusing. "Sure thing," she said. She walked to the car and opened the door. A rush of cold air hit her as she slid gently into the leather seat. Gareth sat next to her, made sure she was buckled in, and spun the car around in one smooth movement. They drove to his brother's farm, with her keeping him interested, talking about the complex world of running a successful winery. They drove for at least another hour. Outside of the windows, they had already passed 2 properties that Gareth said were theirs as well. They were what she thought a winery should be. Rows and rows of beautifully maintained vines in a field of green grass. She saw the workers in baggy clothes, pruning and cutting away dead branches. That would be her soon enough. "Now, I have to warn you," he said. "The winery you're going to is in pretty bad condition. It's in need of some serious love, and that's why we have you guys. There will be 9 others, and by the end of the month, it'll be looking good." "1 month, not 3, she said. "Oh, didn't Roger tell you? Look, it's going to be fairly rough, so I'll make him sign you all off for 3 months, but you only have to work for 1. Just work hard," he said. She was thrilled. This was such good news. She could deal with some shit for 1 month. The road they were on had turned from paved to compacted dirt, and his car turned off to a smaller side road. She saw fields on the left all filled with dead and dying grapevines. It looked awful. There was a vast area of bushland to her right. It didn't look very out back. It was almost jungle. It was full of tall trees and overgrown. A large metal gate stood open, and within minutes they were pulling up in front of a house. It was a large farmhouse, with a large newish caravan parked off to the side. The house itself was in terrible condition, in need of some serious paint, and looked much too spidery for her to sleep well. The house looked broken and defeated, sagged in on itself, as if it had just given up on life. She stepped out of the car once it had stopped, and walked across the dead grass. Gareth pulled her bag out of the car, and brought it next to her, shaking her hand again. "Well, Vicky, it was fun chatting with you. I'll see you on the weekend," he said, and started to walk away. "You don't live here?" she said. He laughed. "Oh no, I'm not much for the manual labour. Leave that to Roger. But I'll see you on the weekend, and ferry some of you into town. Try to enjoy it. At least you'll get a tan, and Roger's pretty relaxed about letting you all try the product, if you get my drift." He walked away, got in his car, and sped off. Vicky stood, looking at the door of the large farmhouse. Inside was filled with the sounds of life and people. 9 others. She wasn't looking forward to having to hang out with 9 other travellers for a month. She could just imagine them, English and Irish lads on tour types. Hopefully, there would be a few Swedes. She always loved Swedish girls. They were fun. Reaching into her jean pockets, she pulled out her pouch of tobacco and started to roll a cigarette. She heard the door behind her. A farmer walked out. He looked the part, and must be Roger. Faded denim jeans, a t-shirt, bit of a gut, and greyish-white hair. He looked fit enough, though he must have been around 50. He smiled at her, and shook his head slowly. "Be careful now. There's a full fire ban, so you be careful with that butt," he said, then walked over and shook her hand. "You, Vicky?" She put the tobacco back. "That's me. You, Roger? Lovely winery," she said, looking at the terrible state of it. He laughed. "Oh, don't worry. Once you kids work your magic, it'll be back to the way it was. Always goes in cycles. You have to give the earth time to rest before you plant again. Feel free to smoke inside. I sleep in the caravan and really couldn't give a shit. But be careful. Some of those girls seem really bitchy, no sense of humour. You'd think they were doing me a favour, getting free food and board for 3 months," he said. "You mean 1 month," she said. "1 month? Oh, Gareth must have liked you. You didn't give him a blowjob, did you?" And started laughing. He hit her shoulder with a big hand. "Relax, girl. You realise I joke a lot. Don't be like those other stuck-up bitches. Now, I'm going to my caravan. Be ready for work at 7 tomorrow." He walked off towards his trailer, with a bottle of wine in his fist, and a slight swagger. Great. She had to deal with this guy now. Chapter 3. Finding the Defiler's house was easy. He could sense the general area of them. They were still animals, if foolish and aggressive animals, and he knew all the animals in his grove, but a thin line of smoke filled the air. They were burning trees for warmth, even though it was warm enough, and it led him straight to them. It was still daytime, so he had to be careful. He didn't want anyone to see him, not that their eyes were even open. They could often look right at him and see nothing but his surroundings. Things had changed. Once, he had been revered, given sacrifices, and treated with respect. Now, They didn't believe in the power of nature. They casually destroyed everything he was meant to protect. He'd been in this land for near 200 of their years and seen it change so much. Every time he woke, it was worse than before. Trees getting cut down and replaced by nothing but grass and dead wooden houses. Still, now he had been awoken. He would make them pay for their many sins. He looked at the house, and seeing a line of trees nearby, crept towards them. He would wait until darkness. If he was to punish them, he had to be smart. It would be almost fun. He'd watch them, and if they followed the rules, they would be safe. If they sinned against his grove, they would be far from safe. Already, he could see they would fail. He let the roots of his feet sink into the rich, red soil and felt the connection. Their house of cut trees was like a void of death, a whole area of cut trees and nothing around it. He could sense them, breathing inside, and could tell there was a lot of them, 10 at least. 10 was a good number for him. He would bleed their lifeblood onto the ground and make it healthy again. As he watched, one of their metal boxes on wheels came up. They all had them. They were loud, dead things. It was loud and smelled terrible. He could see the invisible poison it spewed out behind it. Still better than the wooden ones. Carriages, he'd heard them called, in their strange language. The machine stopped fast in the dirt, and 2 people got out. The man, he knew. He was born near here, tallish and brisk with the way he moved. The other was a girl. He tried to get a sense of her. He was surprised. She was born in the same land as him before he'd been brought to this awful place, ripped up and carried across the sea. He would learn more about her. Maybe she would follow the old ways. It would be good to have a priestess to help him. He looked at her. She had golden hair and black clothes. The priestesses always wore long black robes. She was greeted by another man, and the machine left. The other one was also born here. He went to another metal thing in the front yard, a small metal home, and went inside of the house. He had waited years and years, and could wait some more. When night came, he would find out who would live, and who would die. Chapter 4. The house was exactly as she'd expected. It was like a backpacker reality TV show, with every cliché in the book. Sure enough, there was a Northern English lug who'd already befriended his Irish brother from another mother, and were getting pissed and talking too loudly about women that had been stupid enough to sleep with them. An Italian couple who just sat and whispered to each other, a group of 4 or so people who didn't look at her, so she had no idea about, and one girl was sitting all alone. A new friend, she thought. Vicky walked up to the girl, sitting alone. Her hair was short and brown, with a big fringe. She was painfully skinny and taller than Vicky, which didn't happen much. "Hello, I'm Vicky," she said, sitting next to the girl. The girl looked up, startled, for the glass of dark red wine in her hand. "Oh, hi," she said, with genuine happiness. "I'm Bree. Did you just get here?" she said. "Sure did. You meet that farmer? What a creepy perv, right?" Vicky said. Bree laughed and covered her mouth when she did. "Oh, it's so good you're a real person," she said. She sounded Scottish. "You're Scottish?" Vicky asked. "Yeah, but I live in London now." "Cool. Me too. I'm from London. Beckenham." "It's still London," Vicky said. The girl laughed. "Good to meet you. This place is scary. Someone already left, you know," she said. "What? We haven't even started yet," Vicky said. "I know, but it's true. This girl, she seemed okay. She just took a few looks around and went, nah." Roger had to drive her back to the bus stop. He was so mad. Kept saying he needed 10 workers. I guess we'll have to do her share now. I can see her point. It looks rough. I'll complain. But we'll get through it, Vicky said. I'm thinking of leaving too. These others are so cliquey already. It's like high school, but with accents. I've been sitting alone for an hour, she said. Well, I'm here now. We can share a room if you like. And remember, just like in high school, all the cool kids ended up working in supermarkets, and the nerds now run the world. We'll be fine, she said. Bree smiled. Well, I could give it a few days, she said. Good. Anyway, let's have a few drinks, a few smokes, get to bed, and get this month over. You smoke too? Bree said. Yep, said Vicky. This is going to work great. Before, they all started to berate me, but they won't mess with you. Vicky did just as she planned. Her and Bree had a few glasses of wine, talked shit, and met the rest of the group. Except for the 2 lads. Everyone else was okay, except she couldn't remember anyone's names but Bree. The other group was 1 Asian guy, who was called Bill or Brad, 2 German girls, and a German bloke. They were nice, but Bree was right. They thought they were too cool for school. She had to share a room with Bree and the 2 German girls, which was a pain because one, called Ella, was a reformed smoker, and in typical reformed smoker fashion, was annoying about it. They couldn't even smoke out the window. She'd laid there in the darkness for a few minutes, dying for her last evening smoke, and escaping her horrible bed. Vicky muttered to herself, and climbing from the bottom of her bunk, climbed out. In the darkness, she searched for her jeans, slid them on, and put on her boots. She crept out of the room as quietly as she could. The big farmhouse was dark and creepy. She knew the closest exit was the back door, where she could get her last smoke of the night, and then get some sleep. She felt a little buzzy from the few big glasses of red wine, but had paced herself because she had no idea how hard they would have to work the next day. She didn't want a red wine hangover and be forced to work in the hot sun all day. She crept past the other rooms as quietly as she could and down the broad wooden stairs. She walked near the side of them so they wouldn't squeak. She'd had lots of practice with majorly strict parents growing up in a house like this, if nicer, and painted. She looked around at the bottom of the stairs and, walking through the hallway, made her way to the back door. Reaching out, Vicky unlocked it quietly and walked out. The cold air hit the skin of her bare arms, and she wished she was wearing more than her thin, sleeping t-shirt. It was hot during the day, then much colder at night. She just hoped she didn't run into Roger. As if summoned by the thought, she saw him. She stopped dead and watched as he walked in the backyard. There was a small garden shed in the back paddock. She looked at him as he staggered into the little room and put on a light that was in there. She wouldn't have thought it had electricity. What was he up to? She thought of her last smoke and realized he might see it. She crept a little toward the shed and waited. The light finally flicked off. He staggered out of the shed with a fresh new bottle of wine in his hand. She smirked. Boozy bastard. Vicky watched him walk away and left the shed door swinging. Now might be a good time, and never know when she'd get a chance like this. For all she knew, they were only free with the booze on the first night, and if she could sneak a few bottles now, she would. She quickly rolled a smoke and lit it. Walking casually, she snuck through the dark, just a glowing ember showing her way. The shed was tiny, and she could see straight away the bottle as the moonlight shone in the doorway. There were a few boxes of them, she guessed, old stock or a slightly worse year. She reached out and touched the smooth surface of the bottles. She took one and tucked it under her arm. Looking to her left, she saw what she thought was an opened suitcase. In the moonlight, she saw it was filled with a girl's shit. Hair straighteners, clothes, and a few photos. She took one that had 2 girls smiling and felt a shudder run through her. The main girl was a cute blonde, standing in front of a team of whitewater rafters. Why would she leave her bags behind? She'd have to ask Bree if this was the girl who had already gone. She tucked the photo into her pocket. As she walked back to the house, she cursed herself. Why was she always finding trouble? She tossed her smoke to the ground and stamped it out. As she did, she heard something. It was like a soft hissing sound. For an unknown reason, she was scared. It felt like something was watching her. It was like nature was saying not to litter. She grabbed the butt and ran back inside. Chapter 5. Once the darkness had fallen, he could move freely. He crept up to the glass of the front room and looked in at the people who had now descended on his grove. There was a lot of them, and being so close, he could hear them speaking. The room was filled with noise that he knew they called music. It used to be played by people holding things, instruments. Now it just came out of little things they carried and looked at constantly. He could remember the priestess singing beautiful songs as they would cut someone's throat and feed the roots their blood. But that was very long ago. Half were men and half women. He could tell the difference. It was like males and female birds, yet in people, the women had more plumage and dressed in bright colors. Except for the girl. She wore all black, and now it was night and colder. He looked at her carefully. Any hope that she might understand was gone in moments. In fact, as it looked, she seemed the worst one. Around her body and arms, she wore the cut skin of a cow. She was a hunter who wore her kills around her neck to show them off. Not only that, he could smell her. She smelt like burning and some strange scent that hurt him. It was designed to repel insects and stank like death. Still, as he looked, none of them were doing wrong. She wore a skin, but it wasn't from an animal from his grove. Others sat at wooden tables. They drank from goblets and laughed, but seemed to be peaceful. Then he saw the table. They had plates and had been eating. He knew these people ate animals. He sensed what was left. They were eating a dead chicken. It filled him with a burning anger, but he couldn't take his righteous rage out on them. It was a creature from outside his grove. It wasn't his job to punish them. After an age of watching, he had learned all their names, had heard their voices, and would learn more. They started to drift from the big room and go to their beds. He crept to the outside of the home and waited to see if any of them would come outside. The hunter girl had gotten up from her bed. He was near the back door, standing in the darkness. He could see her so clearly, but he was just a dark void to her weak eyes. They never saw him at night. He watched her as she slipped out from the house. She waited in the darkness and was looking at the man, Roger. He smelled of wine. She waited till he was gone and then went to a small room outside, which he'd just been inside. She lit a small fire, which she carried in her mouth. It stank, and a line of smoke raised from it. He realized it was burning tobacco leaves. They must have done it for enjoyment. She went into the shed, and coming out in a moment, she seemed upset. He felt fear on her. He could sense it, like an animal in his grove was being hunted. What had she found? He saw her throw the fire to the ground, and he hissed at her. He was so close to her, he could hear her breath, hear her heart beating faster and faster in the night. He could have reached out with a quick hand and crushed the life out of her. He felt the fire starting to burn a small plant on the ground. He smiled. It was enough. He raised his hand up to the height of her throat. She still couldn't see him in the dark, but looked up at where he was and seemed scared. She quickly reached down and grabbed the hot thing and ran inside. He smiled again. The little plant was unharmed, and thus she was safe. He crept off into the darkness. He knew tomorrow they would give him lots of chances to strike. Chapter 6. Vicky barely slept at all that night. She left her jeans and boots on and waited for the barest scrap of daybreak before waking Bree from the bunk above her. There was a slight chance it was nothing, so she'd play it sane just in case, but in her experience, things were always as bad or worse than they seemed. She woke Bree up by shaking her. She woke startled, but smiled at her. Then, looking at Vicky's face, became serious. "What?" Bree said in a sleepy voice. Vicky pulled out the photo of the blonde girl. "Is one of these the girl that left?" she said in a whisper. Bree sat up and looked at it hard, then her. "Where did you get that?" she asked. "I found it in Roger's shed at the back last night. Is it her?" Bree looked at it again, thought a moment, and then spoke. "It's not her. Either of them. She was a redhead. What else did you find?" "A suitcase of some girl's stuff," she said, the fear leaving her. "Roger says his daughter stays here sometimes. It's probably her. You worry a lot," she said, laughing. "You'd have a kid with him," Vicky said. She let out a sigh and kicked herself for not getting any sleep and worrying about nothing. She really shouldn't have watched Wolf Creek before she came here. That was a bad idea. Roger was a perv, but that didn't make him a killer. Yet she kept thinking every Australian in the country had a torture room full of backpackers and runaways. She didn't get more than another hour's sleep before it was Bree's turn to wake her, and she had to stumble down to breakfast. Now, it looked like a real hostel. Hungover rats from the world over sitting at the big table, eating cereal, toast, and talking about Vegemite versus Marmite. The two lads looked the worst off. They had taken the open bar to the extreme and looked very seedy. Still, she smiled to watch them suffer. They were already pissing her off. They just sat at the table and waited for the girls to put food in front of them. Bree placed a box of cereal in front of one. "I want the other one," he said to her, none too sweetly. Vicky looked at his stupid face and smiled to herself. She was in the right mood for this. Lack of sleep, and he was English. He was giving her country a bad name. She spoke just as Bree brought him the other one, her voice a perfect imitation of a 5-year-old child. "Mummy, I want the other one," she said. Bree laughed, as did a few others. "What's your problem, bitch?" he said, getting angry. "I'm sorry. I'm just tired from shagging your mum all night," she said back. "What? Girls can't use that joke," he said. "But it's so much better when we do," she spat back. "You're a lesbian then?" "You look like one," he accused. "Ask your mum," she said back, to more laughter. She saw the look in his eyes changed and realized she'd pushed him too far, and he was the kind of guy who would happily slug her. The big English idiot stood up and lunged at her across the table just as Roger walked in, looking fresh as a daisy. Everyone stopped. "What's this shit?" he said calmly, but looking far from it. Vicky decided she had gone too far. "Oh, nothing, just English people talking football, or soccer, as you call it," she said. "Well," he said, looking at the spilled food on the dirty table, "You've made a mess, boy, and you can spend all day cutting down that tree in the front yard." Roger smiled as he walked out. "Rest of you have 10 minutes. The day was as she'd expected. While the big English lug trimmed and cut down a massive old tree because its branches hung over Roger's caravan, the rest of them were learning the fine art of reviving a winery. There were at least 100 rows of vines that ran along the border of the property in what would have been once neat lines. The vines were now brown and overgrown, dying things that were filled with blackberries as well. "It's simple. You just cut right back till it's only 2 inches from the ground." Roger laid out a pile of old tools, saws, gloves, and shears on a small blanket he pulled from a small nearby shed. Vicky looked at Bree as he walked away. "What is he talking about? I don't know a lot about vines, but these are dead as dead can be. They won't regrow now," she said. "Well, he knows more than us. Maybe they will replant seeds at the base of the old ones," she said. "How long will that take? How fast do they even grow?" she asked again, as she took hold of an old vine in a gloved hand and ripped it free, throwing it to the middle of the row. This was going to take ages. They worked all day in the rows as the sun slowly rose higher and higher above them, and they stood right over their heads, shining down. She was glad she'd put sunscreen all over her arms and face this morning, even though it had been cold then. The Australian weather would trick you. She talked with Bree as she worked, and like the girl, she was quiet, but funny, if a little odd. "What do you mean you don't have to be here?" Vicky asked her. "Oh, I've already done my 3 months at a different place. I just like working on organic farms. I don't want to worry about money, bills, and all that stuff on my holidays. I just work, live, enjoy the world," she said back. "You're a hippie then," Vicky said with a laugh. Bree laughed. "I guess so. I'm a vegetarian, and I try to be vegan as much as I can without being too annoying about it. No soy milk in a place like this, so I adjust," she said. "That's cool. I've worked on a dairy farm, so I get it. Dairy sucks. Too bad chocolate and cheese are so good," she said back. "Yeah, too bad." Bree looked over her shoulder, across the field, to the English guy who was cutting down a huge branch off the tree. "He really shouldn't be doing that." "Why not?" asked Vicky. "That tree looked old. It wasn't in the way. He could have just moved his caravan if it was annoying him," she said. "Yeah, but people don't think that way. Let's get lunch," she said, and smiled. "You go on. I saw some flowers at the end of that row. I'm going to pick some for the table." Vicky just shook her head. Nice. Odd, but nice. Vicky started her walk back to the house with a nod of goodbye. Chapter 7. He had forgotten so much. He'd been viewing the destruction of these defilers with an almost glee, but he'd forgotten the pain. He'd forgotten the rage and senseless waste. They came out of their wooden house and set to their work of destroying, cutting, and ripping. They were busy, and they worked hard in their mindless destruction. A team of defilers spreading out all around the farm to hurt things. A group of them, led by the hunter girl, went to the old vines. They were doing nature's work. Even he knew that the dead and dying must clear the way for new growth. Yet, they were like spiteful children at their toil. They had sharp metal tools that cut the dead vines, yet also ripped up the things they called weeds. One of them spent an age with a sharp metal spade, digging the ground, then ripping out a deep and vigorous blackberry bush. It was young and beautiful, and he could hear and feel it screaming as the boy tore it out. They were fine plants, strong, and grew deep roots. People didn't like the spikes, but they should just avoid them. The worst was a big, strong one. He came out of the house, anger streaming from him. He took a large axe to an old and proud tree at the front of the house. He watched in horror as the tall boy raised the axe above his head, and then with all his force brought it into its trunk. He felt the pain of the tree lance through him. He was hit with a wave of rage, but the sun was up. There were 10s of them. If he attacked him and stopped him, he would surely be brought down by the rest of them. They were like ants. Kill one, the others come in droves. He watched the slow progress as the big, sweaty boy slowly killed the tree. He'd never been helpless before. This was torture. He felt the pain of every blow and felt the damage it was doing. He knew his only purpose was to protect nature, to help it grow, and he was standing by and letting this happen. He felt shame. He was too weak to attack them all. Something held him back, an old memory of letting one see him, of them trying to burn him. He had to be secret, be silent, but the boy would pay. The mindless destruction continued, and he added names in the list in his mind. He knew that killing some of them would not be enough. They would have to suffer for what they had done. He was so full of rage, he almost leaped into sight when they started to go inside. One by one, they went in, except for a lone girl. She was tall, and they called her Bree. She walked up the rows of dead vines. She couldn't see him through them, and he stalked after her. He could almost see into her mind that she was going to do something horrible. The girl sang to herself as she walked. It was a sweet song. It was Gaelic. He thought she too was from his old land. He saw her reach the end of the row, where there was a patch of wildflowers growing, lavender sprigs of purple and small daisies. "Dear Earth Mother, let me take some flowers so that we can enjoy their beauty," she said, and she took a few flowers and started to cut them out from the bush. He didn't know what an Earth Mother was, but if she was asking permission, she should have asked him. He wanted to lunge out of his hiding place and crush his fingers into her face, but he had to stay hidden, and he had to make them suffer first. He looked at the flowers. He knew what lived there. He let his mind reach out to them. Simple things that were set to work, helping the grove, but he could turn them to his task. He pushed the simple thought, the hive is in danger. 10s of small yellow and black bees flew from the flowers and at the girl. Others came from around the farm and swarmed in a thick, dark cloud. They started flying at her from all around until there were hundreds and hundreds. They stung her exposed skin as he guided them with his mind to her face and neck, their most vulnerable parts. They stung her bare skin and tried to find her throat and eyes. She started screaming, turned as best she could, and ran down the line of vines as they stung her repeatedly. Now he laughed. Chapter 8. Vicky heard Bree's screams before she had even made her own way back to the house. She turned in a flash, dropped her shovel, and ran back to her, her boots hitting hard against the compressed dirt of the road to the vines. She saw Bree, halfway up a row, laying on the ground and screaming. She was rolling around as if trying to put out a fire only she could see. She ran and knelt beside her. Her face was red and swollen, as if she had just had the beating of her life. Her left eye was all puffed up and half closed, but pain filled them both. All around her body were the dead bodies of 10s and 10s of little yellow bees, or wasps. "What happened?" Vicky asked. "Bees," the girl cried, and then passed out. Within moments, Roger and the others were there. He knelt next to them. "What happened?" he said, in a frantic voice. "Bees, she said Vicky. "Bees? No way. They don't swarm. Must have been wasps. Come on. She doesn't look allergic." "Lucky," he said. He looked at some of the dead ones and seemed almost shocked. He picked her up in his arms and started to carry her back to the house. How do you know that she's not allergic? Vicky asked. She's not dead, he said in a matter-of-fact Aussie voice. This place was shit, she thought. She stayed next to Bree, listening to her calm breath as she slept soundly. Roger had given her some pills that had knocked her right out, and she looked peaceful, except for the 10 or so red blotches on her face and around her throat. Good thing she wasn't allergic. There was a ring of bites around her neck and near her eyes. It seemed like they had really tried to hurt her, or even kill her. She'd always heard bees were peaceful because they died after stinging you, but maybe they were wasps. They were everywhere in England, and nasty little arseholes. Roger knocked on the door and came in with a tray of soup, which seemed nice for him. He must have felt guilty. She'll be okay, and I'll give her whatever time she needs before we get her working again. I mean a day, or a day and a half, whatever, he said, setting down the tray. This sort of thing happen much? She asked. I didn't think it would happen to her. Some of these kids act like idiots. They walk around through the long grass with thongs on, and then wonder why they get a snake bite, he said. Thongs? You mean flip-flops? She said. You know what I mean. She must have kicked the nest or something. Bees aren't usually so aggro, he said. Well, she was lucky, she said. We all were. There was no doctor for miles. Anyway, get some sleep. You still have work tomorrow. And if you want to tell her, she can use the phone in the kitchen. Just her, he said. He was so anxious about that phone. It was a landline, but had a key in it. And if you didn't turn the key, you couldn't press the numbers. He, of course, kept the key. They could use it on weekends and log their calls. There was also no internet, or 3G. She must have fallen asleep in the chair next to the bed. She woke to find Bree looking at her. Her face was a wreck. Her left eye was now fully shut, and she looked like she was in a world of hurt. Vicky tried to make her feel better. So, you get a few days off work. Good plan, she said. She laughed once, and then started to cry. Vicky slipped off her seat and knelt next to her. It's okay, I'll get you some good painkillers. I have some from when I broke my arm, Vicky said. That's not the pain, Bree said. What then? She asked. I'm scared. I could have been killed. It was close, she said. It was close. The bees or wasps had done a good job. They seemed to really try to hurt her. It does seem weird, Vicky said. I've never felt that before, she said. What, fear? Just walk through Croydon at night, Vicky said. No, not fear. Feeling like someone wanted me dead. It felt like something was so mad at me and wanted to hurt me. Who? Vicky asked. Bree looked at her with one good eye. She obviously knew she sounded crazy, but was high on drugs and pain. Nature. The farm. I heard it laughing. Something out there wants us gone. Checking her phone, with no signal again, but the time said it was around 2 o'clock. Vicky decided she'd been a good enough new friend to Bree, and could start thinking about her own comfort and find her bed. She slipped out of the top room, using her phone for light. The house at night was a scary place. It was one of those old things that sounded like it was alive. The stairs made creaking sounds as she walked down them. She crept past the big main room and thought she heard something. She stopped at the door and peered in. She thought she saw a shape at the window. It stood looking out. The room was in total darkness, but it looked at the caravan in the front room. She could hear a slight breathing, not hers, and started to get scared, and then it spoke. Your friend okay? It asked. It was a thick English voice, the lug. His name was Nick, she thought. She shined the phone light on him. He smiled at her, then said, Put the light out. What are you doing? She said. I'm not going to hurt you. I'm just watching this freak, he said. Which freak, Roger? She said. It was weird to be watching someone in the dark and call them a freak. But then she thought of her midnight mission. Watching him. "Yes, Roger. Sorry about this morning. I was out of line," he said. "It's fine. I have a younger brother," she said. "I'm older than you," he said. "You should know better then. Why did you say freak? This place is wrong. I don't trust him. The police officers came, you know. And then he went to the kitchen and called someone on the phone," he said. "Who calls anyone straight after a police visit, except guilty people?" She let his words sink in. "Why cops? You find out?" "Yeah, some council worker is missing. He was cutting trees nearby and has vanished. Then we got your mate. And she tells me you found a suitcase in the shed. Girls' clothes, photos. That's murder shit," he said. "You watched Wolf Creek before you came?" she asked. He laughed. "I did. But I'd be thinking it anyway," he said. He'd now come to stand near her. She tried to think it was fine, but she always trusted her instinct when it came to wrong people. And Roger was all sorts of wrong. "What should we do?" she asked. He laughed. "I don't know about you, but I'm leaving. First light. I'm hitchhiking out of here, and I'm a big, tough man. You should do likewise," he said. "I'm sure it's nothing," she said. It didn't feel like nothing, though. When is it ever nothing? Chapter 9. He watched them talking in the darkness of the inside room. It was the big one, Nick, and the hunter girl, Vicky. He could understand some of their words and feel their moods. The boy was leaving. He would escape at first light and be free and away, unaware and unpunished. He wouldn't let that happen. He looked at them from outside. He was hidden under the man's metal house and saw them go off to their separate rooms. He had to be smart now. If he waited until the sun was up, the boy would be surrounded by allies, escape, and get away free. He needed to strike now, but had to be careful. He knew if he went in and killed him, they would all run. He'd learned about these people. He'd cleared this house before, and they were weak and scared, never ready to fight. After a long time had passed, and he knew they would be asleep, he crept out from under the metal house and through the darkness to the back of the wooden one. He was silent as he stalked and looked at the thing they called a door. He'd seen them use it and reached out, taking the metal stick in his hand, and turned it. It opened with a loud sound, but he was inside in moments. Now he was in. He could hear them all breathing. He knew who was in what rooms and could find them all. A part of him wanted to see the girl, Bree. He needed to see if her punishment was enough. He stalked up the stairs, taking each step so slowly. There was no sound, and soon he was near their rooms. He knew the girl had her own room, and he went to it. The door was partly open. He pushed it wide and went in. A wave of happiness washed over him to see her. She had suffered. Her face was swollen and looked as painful as it surely was. He could feel some of it, but was glad for it. As he stood looking at her, her eyes snapped open, and she looked at him. It was dark, but her gaze found his. Her heart started beating much faster. Fear. He shoved his hand over her mouth and held it there. She didn't kick or cry. She just stared at him. He'd have to kill her now. He reached out with his other hand to her throat and started to push against it. No blood. He'd just stop her breathing. His hand tightened around her thin neck, and he felt it move as she spoke. She seemed to be trying to calm herself as he choked her, and she spoke again. The words were muffled, so he moved his hand. She didn't scream, but simply said, "I'm sorry." He'd left the girl. No one ever believed just one, and she'd saved herself with her words. Her crime was great, but he was forgiving, and she'd suffered for her crimes. The boy, however, hadn't. He would, though. He found his room, and he wasn't alone. He was in the room with one other boy, the one called Liam. Also a big one, but not on his list yet. He had to be careful now. He crept over to the sleeping body of Nick. He was breathing hard and snoring. He reached out with his wooden fingers and put them over his mouth. The other he put around his throat. Again, he woke up. He felt glee at the terror in his eyes. The boy looked at him and saw him. Now he was so close. He struggled and struggled, but he just closed his grip on his throat. He felt the boy struggling for breath. His chest heaved up and down, and then he passed out. He could still hear his heartbeat. He was still alive, which was good. He had to suffer. He pulled the boy from his bed and placed him easily over his shoulder. The other one hadn't woken up. He'd done it well. The limp body over his shoulder, he slipped from the room. He could see clearly in the dark and made his way down the stairs, walking slowly and carefully. He made it to the door at the back of the house, opened the lever, and stepped out into the darkness with his prize. The girl may tell the others, but she seemed weak of mind. They never believe ones like her, even though they often spoke truth. He was a bit amazed that she had said sorry. She was in tune with the old ways. She might survive the coming days. As he carried the boy, he began to come awake. He was a good way from the house now, close to his home tree, and it felt good to let him scream. He'd heard that tree screaming as it was killed stroke by stroke over the course of hours. He went to the clearing before the home tree and placed his hand on it. He was the tree, and the tree was him. It was a mighty fig tree. It hung low and reached out, taking the trees around it. Made of huge vines, the tree responded to his commands. The vines reached down like eager hands and grabbed the boy around the wrists. He was pulled up and away by them, one around his left wrist and the other around his right. It dragged him up until he was off the ground a few feet. Now they were at the same height. He looked at the boy, saw the fear in his green and brown eyes, and felt the terror coming off him in waves. The boy screamed in his face and said something like, "What the fuck are you?" It had never spoken back to them. He didn't have a tongue, a mouth, but he could speak in a way that would be understood. Every creature understood pain. He reached out a single finger and held it in front of his mouth. He then thought, grow. It grew fast and angry, a strong vine that went into his mouth and was guided down. The boy started to cough and cry. Blood was on his lips as the vine found its crawling way down his throat, ripping into his chest, and started weaving a path through his organs. He let it rip and tear its slow path all the way down until it came out, punched out from his stomach. Rich, dark blood poured all over his feet and the base of his home tree. The boy's eyes went dead, and his head flopped to the side. Chapter 10. Vicky woke to the sounds of yelling, and for a moment she didn't know where she was. And then she remembered. She'd fallen asleep in her clothes and just pulled on her boots and ran downstairs. The big Irish guy, Liam, was yelling at Roger, and everyone else was watching them like it was part of their reality show. He must have just left, Roger yelled. Why should I believe that? His bed was unmade and he left his phone, Liam yelled back. He must have forgotten it. It happens, you know, Roger said. He never said to me he was leaving, Liam yelled back. He'd told Vicky he was leaving, but she was surprised he'd gone at very first light. She'd expected him to at least have some free breakfast and tell Roger to stick it. Still, he was the type to forget a phone and not make the bed. Why would he? She spoke up. He told me he was leaving. Roger looked at her, hope lit up in his eyes. She saw how angry Liam was getting, and he was a big, gym-fit guy. He looked ready to hit the older man. See? Why would I lie? I'm angry too. I need you kids to work, Roger said. Liam turned to her. He hated you. Why would he tell you shit? He asked. I saw him late last night. He said he was leaving first thing. He hated it here, she said. She saw the anger fade out of Liam. Why didn't he say goodbye? Roger laughed. Aw, your boyfriend didn't say goodbye. Don't worry, he'll probably call when he realises his phone is gone, he said. What about his other stuff? She asked. She didn't trust Roger. He seemed so happy to have someone back him up. It's gone, Liam said, and walked out. Vicky hated this place, and she was getting a very bad feeling about the whole thing. True, Nick had said he was leaving, but maybe she should as well. She wanted to get the visa, but this was bad. She couldn't even call anyone. Roger said they could only use the phone on the weekend, and she could call her boyfriend, but this was getting weird. She'd eaten a quick breakfast and took a bowl of cereal to Bree. She found her sitting up in her bed. She looked a million times better. She sat, smiling in the bed. Her swelling had gone down a lot, and she looked much more normal. Someone's feeling better? Vicky said. I am. I just realised what an amazing place this is. I had some bad luck, but we are blessed to be in such a wonderful piece of nature, she said. It was far from how Vicky felt, but she was glad Bree was feeling better. Nick left, she said. When? Last night, Bree said. I don't think so, but this morning. Left his phone. Liam seems to think it was a bit sus, Vicky said. He was an arse anyway. It's better he is gone. He shouldn't have cut down that tree, she said. Bree was acting weird. Vicky realised she might have been too hasty in befriending her. Sometimes people are sitting alone because they had already said all this weird shit before you got there. I don't think that's why he left, Vicky said. Bree looked at her hard and seemed to be thinking about saying something. I have something for you, she said. Do you? Now she was worried. Bree put her hand under her blanket and pulled out a wristband. It was black leather and looked cool, bits of carved stone tied into it. Looks cool. What is it? She asked. It's magic. It'll protect you, Bree said. Vicky should have known. Hippie, vegan, Scottish. She became mates with a Wiccan. Before she could say anything, Bree had tied it around her wrist. I like you, Vicky. Stay safe today. I will. You get better. She left the room and thought about taking off the wristband. But if people wanted to believe in magic and shit, that's fine. At least Bree was feeling better. Chapter 11. He was feeling strong and young. His body felt more powerful than it had in years, and he felt his powers growing as well. The boy had a lot of blood in him. He'd bled for a long time, feeling the grove growing with the strength of him. His life force had watered the home tree, and he could feel the power and growth in the grove. The vines were starting to grow green tips, and he knew his home would soon be a green paradise again. The defilers would all be gone. He'd be awake and happy. He'd drain the body and then placed it in the forest where it would be hidden. He didn't want the others to find it yet. Again, they were working, and he saw who was next. There were many, worse than the others, but he'd learned in hunting people. Groups liked and cared more about some than others. If he took Roger or the hunter girl, the rest would flee. They were the group leaders. He needed to take the outsiders, the ones no one knew or cared about. He watched the one called Bill. He didn't talk to any of them much. When he did, it seemed like he spoke short words and badly. He seemed like he couldn't speak. He looked different as well. He was darker skinned. Maybe he was from a different tribe or group. Bill was a weak one. On the outside, he knew what would be the best method for him. Watching them, he was like a hunter waiting at the watering hole, waiting for the game. He was learning they all had habits and rituals they followed. Some went to bed early, some late. Some were never alone, always with someone else. Some were often alone. The Bill one had his routine. After dinner, he would come alone to the big shed with the high roof. It had a very big machine in it that stank. He watched the boy from the dark. He turned on one light, but it was still dim. He would go to his pocket and pulled out a thing like the hunter girl. Smokes, he'd heard them called. But the way he had this, it seemed the group wouldn't approve. It smelled differently than tobacco and took him a long time to smoke. He sat and listened to music on his little black box and seemed to be relaxing. The music sounded even worse than what he'd heard before. It wasn't music, it was just a banging sound repeatedly. He would die. He needed more for his grove to grow, and this one was as bad as any of the others. He ripped up so many plants. He would suffer, and he was a fool to be alone. He watched the boy. He closed his eyes a little, and then he just reached out. He let his fingers grow out into thin vines and start to crawl across the darkness. There was a large beam across the roof and joined by others that held it up. He let the vines go up and around and then reached down. The boy looked up at the noise and must have seen the vines right above him. He stood up but stayed silent. That was a mistake. The vine wrapped around his neck in an instant. It wrapped around twice, firm and hard, choking him and cutting off his breath. He let them grow back, and the boy was lifted off his feet, swinging by his neck. He'd done this before. He knew they could last a little, that it was a horror for them. He remembered the terror in the eyes of the Liam. He'd liked them to see him before they died, to know they didn't control anything. He let the vines break from his hand. It hurt in a way, but they would grow back quickly. He walked out of the darkness and looked at the boy. He grabbed at the vines as he swung back and forth in the darkened shed. He went to him and put his face close, wanting to see the terror, wanting to see him fighting for his pathetic life. His face was blank. He seemed scared, but it was missing something. He looked right at him, but didn't seem to really know what was happening. He could feel the fear from him, but it was so much less than Liam, the big one. Not as good. He wished he could speak, to say, "You're being killed," but he couldn't. The boy swung, and his life faded from him. He wondered what was wrong with this one, and then he realized he was broken. He was on the outside because his mind was dull. He was the kind that was left in the snow as a baby. His tribe had abandoned him. The boy's eyes closed, and he started to cough. So close, he felt almost sorry for it. They should never have let it grow up. The one, Bill, coughed his last breath and died, swinging there before him. He didn't even bother to bleed him. He was a terrible sacrifice, a broken one. What a waste of a night. Roger woke up before all the rest of them, got out of his trailer early, Things were already starting to fall apart, and he had to try and keep them together. The boy, Nick, was just gone. He'd been an idiot and left the boy's suitcase and clothes, but Roger had been quick enough to remove them before the others noticed. He missed the phone because it was charging in the kitchen, but that was explainable. Going around the farm, he went into the shed to get their tools for the day and stopped short. The door was wide open, and he saw Bill hanging from a homemade noose. He had been dead for hours, killed last night, and he was stiff and cold. "Shit," Roger cried out, "not again." He looked at the boy, clearly another victim. He'd hung himself, but no chair. Someone had tied a rough vine around his neck and hoisted him up to his death. Even a suicide like this would bring the cops, and who knew what they would find. He looked at his watch. Still, at least an hour before they all got up. Going to the boy, he took out his small knife and cut him down. He fell to the floor hard, and Roger seemed to drag his body through the shed, out to the back door. He'd have to pull his car around. He crept to the back of the house, all still asleep, and he had his own room, thankfully. He slunk up the stairs and went to this room. He pushed it open gently. At least the kid was organized. All his clothes and things were packed neatly in 2 suitcases. He took them and did a quick search around the room. The bed, as they were slept in. He took the bags and started to walk out the door. He heard someone get up. It was Vicky, the bloody smoker, always wandering about. She walked out the door, smoke in mouth, sleepy face. She looked at him and the suitcase. "Hello, boss. What's up?" she said. "Another one of you can't take it. I have to drop Bill off in town, so I thought I'd do it now, and still get a full day of work in," he said. She didn't seem that shocked. No one had really spoken to him. "No goodbyes?" she said. "These are Chinese. They've got no manners," he said, and walked off. "Even makes an old man carry his stuff," he said. He walked down the stairs and went out the back. He took the bags and dropped them in his Land Rover and waited. She should be going to bed. His heart was pounding. What if she'd said, "I'll come to town"? She seemed like she would, but was half dressed, and he'd done a good job at staring at her through her thin shirt. He got in the car and drove to the back of the shed. He threw the boy into the back and covered him with a piece of old sheeting and drove off. There was an old council dirt road, and where he had to go was a short drive. In less than 10 minutes, he was standing at the edge of an old mine shaft. It had been abandoned years ago, and was deep. In true country fashion, it was filled with all kinds of junk, rubbish, and even an old car. Taking the boy by the ankles, he dragged him out of the back and threw him into the hole. With a grunt of effort, he then tossed in the clothes and baggage. He could live at the bottom now, along with all the belongings and the body of that poor girl. She'd been in there 3 years now, not much left. Once it was done, he sat on the hood of his car. His heart stopped racing, but he was mad. So mad. He thought it was a once-off. The girl, she rejected Gareth, made a fool of him. He understood that in a way. But now a boy, and more than one. He needed to talk to his brother and make him stop. Chapter 12. Watching them had become a sport. He was the judge and kept track of them as they sinned and got added to the list. They were all out working again. This time, he was watching the hunter girl. She was alone and near the flowers. He saw her rolling one of those tobacco things and lit it. It smelled bad, like burning plants. He looked at her, and then he felt something new. Power was coming off her. She felt like the priestesses felt. He looked with sharp eyes and saw she was wearing a charm. She wore a bracelet of stained leather, an animal sacrificed to nature, allowed if it was sick, and it held symbols of blessing, carved in very old stone. She was protected, Not from major sins, not from him, if he chose to go at her. But if she cut a flower, if she was clumsy and thoughtless, she was safe. The charm said, "I am as a child, forgive me." She would be safe unless she did something very bad, like killed a living being. It was protection that his priestess would wear, so he'd view their sins as he would a child. Where had she gotten it? Maybe she was a priestess after all. Then he thought of the girl last night. It had her smell on it. She was the priestess. This one was her follower, and thus protected. He grinned to himself. He wanted to kill her, and would make her break. But his list was growing, and he needed to tend it. There were no chances to strike during the day. No one stepped away from the group, and he could taste the fear and apprehension in the air. They had no idea their friend was dead, but he was gone, and that seemed to scare them. A girl, her name was Lena, was moving up the list in his mind. She was a tall blonde girl. She seemed lazy and weak, but she angered him the most. Her man and she were at the front of the house. They had a machine which made a buzzing sound, and they ran it over the wood and made it like new. As they worked, he felt something coming towards her. She was destroying someone's home, and it was coming to find out what. A small wood scorpion fell from the top of the wood wall and then landed on the ground next to her. It was red and black. Small. He could feel its fear. They were little things, no poison, only a painful sting. She screamed in shock, and lashing out before he could react, her giant leather boot raised up, and she crushed it under her foot. It didn't have time to feel pain, but he felt the rage. It was harmless to her. She had destroyed its home. But that's what these defilers were like. They didn't think about anything but themselves. She looked disgusted and scraped its lifeless body from the bottom of her boot with a stick she had found. Then she and her man laughed. "Gross," she said, whatever that meant. He would make her pay. He would see how she liked to be the weak one, to be the one filled with fear and helpless to fight back. He just had to wait for the right time to strike. That night, after another dinner of dead chickens and something else, he was on the outside of the house and tracking her, waiting for a chance. He heard her say, "Shower," and started to run upstairs with heavy feet. He knew a shower was when they took their clothes off and washed. It was a good time to strike. They always locked the door. The room for the shower was on the second floor, and looking up to the small window of the room, he placed his hand on the wall and started to climb up the wood. He could climb any wood and easily went up the side of the house, small vines in his hand, clinging to the wood and gripping it, until its face rested on the window. It was made so you couldn't see through it, but it was open a little at the bottom, and he could see in easily. Soon she was in the room. She took off her boots and clothes and threw them on the floor. In the room was a large mirror. It was in front of the shower, and she stood looking at herself for a while. They liked to look at themselves, he had noticed. As she looked at herself and took her underclothes off, there was a knock on the door. She smiled and opened it. Her man was there. They spoke in another language, but soon they were both naked and in the shower. The boy had locked the door after him. That was good. The boy wasn't far up his list, but he'd laughed at the death of the scorpion and had done many little things. It was risky to take two in the house, but he was angry at her and had no choice. She opened the glass shower room, and after turning on the water, got in. He did too. They were kissing and laughing, but wouldn't be for long. The window soon fogged up, and he pressed it open. It was open just a gap at the bottom, much too small for him, but he didn't need to get in. He put his fist through the gap and opened his hand. As he opened it, a small wood scorpion crept in. It was the dead one. He'd collected it, and with a lot of power used, had brought it back. The small wood scorpion crawled out of his hand and started to make its way towards them. He'd reached out with his mind and called them all. The outside walls crawled thick with them, and they were guided by his mind into the room. Soon, there were nearly 100 of them, red and black bodies, single-minded purpose. He kept calling and guiding them as they crawled into the window and towards the two. He then reached across the floor and simply held his hand at the bottom of the shower door, locking them inside. He heard her say something to him, but couldn't understand it. As she looked up, he could have laughed. Her scream filled the room, and surely the whole house. The entire clear glass wall was covered with red and black bodies. They climbed up the door and over it, leaping from the top down onto them both, guided by his mind as he watched. Tens and tens of them landed on their heads, shoulders, wet hair. Both were screaming and yelling now as the creatures landed on them and stung them repeatedly. He knew the pain would be awful as the mass of them stung them on the face, neck, and bodies. The boy started to push the glass door and tried to open it, but he held it firm with an unseen hand at the bottom. He started to bang his fists hard on the glass, trying to escape the pain and being pushed by her. The clear glass cracked in a big sheet, and that half came down onto their hand and arms in a shattering shower. Their hands and wrists were cut as it broke around them. Both of their entire bodies were covered with his warriors, and they attacked them with a relentless energy. He saw the blood pouring from her wrists and hands. It mixed with the water of the shower. She was frantic. She tried to climb out of the broken door. It had broken halfway up, and was still a jagged shard, like a fence of glass. From outside, he heard people banging on the door. "Are you guys okay?" a voice shouted. They were both shoving the glass door hard, trying to get out, bleeding and covered in the scorpions. He felt the force of their pushing, and smiled. Quick as a flash, he pulled his hand away, and the shower door, or what was left of it, swung back, hard, smashing fully. Their bleeding and scorpion-covered bodies came flying out of the shower. They both hit the mirror across from it, which also shattered, as did the shower door, covering them with glass. He saw their bodies hit the floor. He called back his creatures. They came. Some were crushed under the bodies of the two and lay broken, but it was worth their sacrifice to get his revenge. The door was hit hard from the other side, and he drew his arms back and leaped to the ground. 2 more off his list. Chapter 13. Vicky had never seen a body before, and what she saw in that bathroom shocked her to her core. She was sitting downstairs talking to a newly healthy Bree, eating dinner, when they heard Lena scream. It was such a blood-curdling horror movie scream. Her mate, Ella, just dropped her fork and lunging out from the table, ran upstairs fast. The bathroom door was locked, and she banged against it. Inside, the sound of her and her boyfriend screaming continued. Then they heard a huge crash and shower of glass. The scream stopped suddenly. Ella looked at her. "We have to get in," she said, shaking the door. Vicky had seen her fair share of cop movies and got them to stand back. She kicked the door with a front kick as hard as she could. A lance of pain travelled up her leg. The The door didn't fling out like in a cop movie, but did crack with a loud sound. She ignored the pain in her leg and kicked it again, harder still. Thankfully, this time it flung open with a shower of splinters. Her, Bree, and Ella all piled into the doorway and stopped. Words truly couldn't explain what she was seeing. The girl, Lena, and her boyfriend were dead for sure. They lay naked in a huge pool of bright blood and smashed glass. The shower door was broken, and hanging in its thin frame, her boyfriend's body lay half across her. The shower was still running, and they were both covered in broken glass. The mirror was smashed as well. It looked like he'd put his fist right through it. Ella bent down next to her friend. The knees of her jeans were getting wet with the blood that was thick on the white-tiled floor. "Lena? Carl?" Ella said, in a hopeless question. They were gone. Dead. Blank eyes, open and staring at nothing. Vicky couldn't understand it. The shower was still running. The room was empty, except for them. It was like they both screamed and then threw themselves through the shower window. It looked like the world's most painful and crazed suicide pact. "What are they?" Ella asked. She was looking in her friend's blood. The bodies of 3 wood scorpions floated, dead and crushed. Roger was soon there, and he also looked horrified. He turned to the now crowd of them at the door. No one could understand it. "Get out, all of you." He passed his phone key to her. "Call the ambulance." She was shoved out of the room, to the sounds of Ella crying. Vicky went into the kitchen in a daze, unlocked the phone, and with shaking fingers managed to dial 000. By the time the ambulance and police arrived, at least 3 hours had gone by. She didn't think she spoke a single word to anyone in that time. She just sat on the wooden steps of the farmhouse, smoking in a chain and drinking the glass of water that Bree kept handing her. She was deep in shock, as was everyone else. No one talked. No one knew what to say. Her leg was aching as well, and it annoyed her that she was thinking of her own pain while they were dead. The police car was flashing its lights. They came up the road, blue and white, flashing through the trees. But the ambulance wasn't. She had told them what she assumed. There had been a horrible accident, and 2 people were dead. There were 2 police in the car, an older man and a younger brown-haired girl with a tight ponytail. They got out of the car quickly. Typical Australian cops, blue uniforms and guns strapped to their hips. English cops didn't carry guns, but Australian ones did. "You Victoria?" he asked, walking up to her. "Yes, sir," she managed. "Where are they?" he asked. "In the bathroom, upstairs," she answered. The man directed the ambulance crew up. They carried a stretcher with them. Everyone was milling around the house, and after what seemed an age, he yelled out, "Can I get everyone in this room, please? We'll need to talk to you all." He went up with the ambulance crew and was in the room for about 20 minutes. He came back as they took her body bag with them. 2 men carried it down on a stretcher, in a blue bag, with someone in it. Vicky started crying. She really couldn't believe it. They came back and took the boy's body next, and then Ella was let out by the female cop and sat in the front seat of the ambulance. He sat the group down. It was everyone, plus Roger. "Okay, Ella has told me a lot, and we'll be taking her back to town. We've contacted the families, and she will have people waiting for her. But I want to confirm her story. Vicky, you called us," he asked. "Roger asked me to, so I did," she said, lighting her 20th smoke. "Okay, Roger, you were in the caravan?" he asked. "Yes, I was," he said. "They tell me everyone was in this room. You heard a scream, went up, the door was locked, broke it down. They were dead already," he said, and looked at Vicky and Bree, who saw this. "We were all here, except Roger," Vicky said. The police looked at her. "I know, but the door was locked. But the room has a window. And hang on. The young brown-haired cop came in and spoke to him. Okay. Then he went to where Roger sat down. Roger Lynch, I'm placing you under arrest for the production of illegal videos and suspicion of murder. He put the cuffs on Roger. Kim, get him out while I explain this. Roger stood meekly, and she walked him out of the door, going in front of her. So guys, I'm Sergeant Wilson, Jim. Now we have had some very strange deaths. We have a broken window and scratch marks up the wall, and a few dead scorpions, but most of all, I'm very sorry to say, we found a wireless camera behind that mirror. When it smashed, it showed a space behind it. He was filming, it seems. Vicky was horrified. She'd been naked in that room. Those Germans had had sex in that shower before. Roger the perv was filming them. She knew he'd been up to something. And this was it. She knew she hated him. And once again her suspicion had proven to be true. Why were people such horrible shits? Now, we have searched his caravan and found the laptop, but we need our computer team to look over it and make sure they weren't distributed. Also, it will show us what happened to your friends, because right now, I have no idea what occurred. Vicky fought the shock that this perv had her naked and maybe sold it. She'd have to see if her boyfriend could help her find it. You think he killed them? Vicky asked. Probably not. It seems like a very horrible accident. Maybe they saw the scorpions and freaked out and slipped. Maybe drugs were involved. But Australia is very tough on privacy and porn production, so he'll be getting a lot of time. If any of you feature in the videos, I'll be asking you to give statements. Liam spoke up. What do we do now? We're volunteers. We have to leave if Roger is gone, and I don't want to be here anymore at all. You'll need to stay for at least a few days so I can contact you all. I'm sure you'll want to know if the videos have been distributed. Don't worry, we have protocol for this sort of thing. The videos won't be used unless for evidence, and then we fuzz out everything. Is there another bathroom? He asked. Vicky nodded. Okay, no one goes in there. It's a crime scene now. He stood up and went to leave. Vicky, stay by the phone. I'll call you, he said. And you can call me any time, he said. I've spoken to the brother, Gareth. He'll be here tomorrow, and we'll be back to do more investigation. After the cops had left, she looked around the table at who was left. Her, Bree, Liam, and the two Italians. What do we do now? She said. Liam, the Irish guy, spoke up. I'm getting drunk on his wine, and I think we should all use his phone as much as we can, he said. That's a good idea. I'm sure we have people we need to talk to, Vicky said. She put the key to the phone on the table. Use it as much as you want. And if he had a wireless camera, he must have the internet. Not that he told us. Liam, you want to try firing the router with me? Only if I can piss on his bed, he said. Chapter 14. Jim sat in the front of his cruiser. The perp, Roger Linden, was in the back behind a wall of wire and had his hands neatly cuffed in front of him. He let Kim drive the 2 hours back to Gordonville Station. He was a country cop, but had dealt with this family before, and he talked to the Gold Coast Cybercrimes Unit. This guy was going to be charged with as many as 10 different offences, ranging from breaches of privacy to the production of pornography and something like creating an unsafe working environment. He didn't think he'd killed those kids, but he couldn't figure it out. There were also a few strange reports of missing people, some council worker, and a girl a few years ago. He would have to watch the tape. In most cases, where you couldn't understand someone's behaviour, he'd found it was normally drugs. Backpackers bored on a farm, they might have taken something. The lab would test their blood, and he'd know for sure. So, Roger, you're in a world of shit, mate, he said. I didn't hurt those kids, Roger said. We'll find out about that. But I mean the videos. Did you sell them? You'd get a lot more time if you did. Or were they just for your private collection? Seemed to think about talking. Long drives were good. No lawyers, just a guilty party, and hours to think. They were just for me, he said. Oh, that's fine then. You're still sunk, and if any of those kids are under 18, you're really in for it." "I need to talk to my brother," he said. "Will you? Need to tell him to delete some emails?" Jim asked. He was glad to be arresting this arsehole. His own family were in the wine business, and he was far from a fan of the way these guys did business. They always used cheap and volunteer labor, paid unskilled Vietnamese a slave wage to keep their profits high. Now he was doing this sick shit. Jim had a young daughter too, and she was a traveler. He couldn't imagine how these kids felt right now. "That farm is cursed, I reckon," he said to no one. "What makes you say that?" Kim asked. "You're too young, but one of my first cases was there, at that house, 20 years ago," he said. "What was it?" she asked. "Mass suicide, religious family, all hung themselves," he said. He remembered the events like they happened yesterday. He let his mind go back to that horrible day. It might give him some insight into what happened here. He remembered a call from the local vicar. The French family had missed church, and that was strange. Also, no one was answering their phones. This was back before everyone had a mobile, and landlines were a necessity. He took the car out by himself. He was in his 20s, new to the force, and no one thought it would be anything. The biggest cases they got were people coming from the city to steal people's tractors and farm equipment from unlocked sheds. The phones were always going out, and there had been some high winds in the last few days. Driving out, he half expected to see a Telstra van working on a broken phone line, but didn't. He remembered pulling into the farm and stepping out of his car. Their own car was there. He looked through the window, and the keys were in the ignition. Weird, he thought. He called out, but no one had answered. It was very quiet. He remembered that. He went to the front door. It swung open. He remembered drawing his gun and stepping in, feeling worried straight away. The big main room opened to him, and he saw them. It was his first bodies, and they stank. The smell of death filled his nose, and he tried not to retch. They were all there. The mother, father, and 3 kids. Andy, Sarah, and Rachel. He'd never seen anything like it until today. They all hung in a neat row by their necks from the ceiling. At the time, there was a huge wooden beam that crossed the room. Around it was rough knots that dug into their dead and blotted necks. Their slowly rotting bodies swung slightly as he looked. He could tell that they had been there for a long time. Their bodies were horrid and swollen. It was hard to see their faces clearly. He knew these people. He'd seen them around town when they came in for a big shop. It was hard to reconcile their faces with the dead visions of pain he saw now. He staggered out of the house like a drunk, pushing the door hard. He made it back to his car and, using the radio, called in for backup and as many ambulances as they had. The backup took hours to arrive, and he wouldn't go back inside until they got here. If he was honest with himself, he was scared. He lived in a world where the police were the friendly force that helped people, not ones that had to look at the face of evil. That case had always bothered him. He would find himself waking for years in a frightened mess, the swinging family looking at him with glazed, frozen eyes, accusing him. The worst thing was he felt they never really found out what happened. They had ideas, they had suspicions and theories, but that's all they were. They never solved it. The official cause of death was murder-suicide. After searching the house, they found many books of scripture and the end of times. The running theory was the man, Mr. French, snapped and killed his family, and then hung himself. It never seemed that way to him. He thought they had been murdered, all of them. There was no note, and there were no chairs or tables to stand on. The man could have hung them, but how did he hang himself? Also, his vicar said he indeed had a lot of end-time scripture, even built a bomb shelter in his backyard, but he loved his family and would never hurt them. He thought suicide was a sin. He never liked that case, but he was just the one who found the bodies. No one cared what he thought. The strangest thing was they weren't hanging from ropes, but rather vines. They had the vines analysed, and they were from a fig tree. The only fig near there was a huge one, about 1 kilometre away in a nature reserve. He couldn't understand why the father presumably went and got these vines, hung his family, and then himself. He'd gone out to that fig tree a few days later. He hated it. Big twisted thing that grew by drawing in other trees and killing them. He looked it all over, but couldn't see any missing vines. The case was closed, and the farm was forgotten about. It sat, getting increasingly run down. The local people avoided it, never talked about it. It just sat, and fell into ruin and dereliction. He would have burnt it down if he wasn't police. Then, of course, the Lynch family had bought it along with everything else they could get their hands on. Coming out of his memory, he spoke to Roger. "You guys know about the history of that place? Did you know when you bought it?" he asked. "I sure didn't, but I don't handle things like that. Ask Gareth. He was the one that bought it. But I'm sure he did. It would have been cheaper. And it's not like ghosts can kill you." Chapter 15. Vicky had met her boyfriend at a bar, of course. He was part of a New People to Melbourne group, one of the hosts. He said he liked free drinks, and she assumed it was a good way to meet girls. They had first talked standing around the front smoking. His name was Daniel, and he was what she was looking for in a guy. Friendly, sweet, and confident. Also, being skinny, liking punk rock, and having a leather jacket didn't hurt. He chased her, which was nice, but he'd won her over when once he asked what she liked in a man. She'd said a beard. Next time she saw him, he had a week's worth of growth on his normally clean-shaven face. He was sweet and funny, but he did look good with a beard. They lived together in Melbourne. Their relationship was on the express road. She'd moved in after a few weeks. His logic was, if she might have to leave soon, the then plan, they could at least have a great few weeks together. That was 6 months ago. Now, she wanted to stay for another year, so she needed to do 3 months regional work. She now wished she'd just taken him back to England. She'd always considered herself tough emotionally. Her parents were still alive and lovely, even if a fair share of truly awful things had happened to her when she was younger and more trusting. Everyone had something to haunt them. Still, the moment she heard her boyfriend's voice on the other end of the phone, she started to cry. Vicky realized she'd been trying to be tough, to hold it together, but she didn't need to pretend with him. When she put the events of the last week in order and said them aloud, they seemed made up. Some things were too horrible to be real. They sounded like something out of a horror movie. First, a girl was just gone. Some worker was missing. Bree got attacked. The guys, Nick and Bill, just left. And then finally, she got to witness the truly horrible deaths of Ella and her boyfriend. She felt guilty that she didn't even know what his name was. To top it all off, her and the others staying at the house where they were being filmed by Roger the pervert. It made her sick to her stomach to think about it. She didn't care if he hadn't passed the videos around. The fact that gross worm had seen her naked was enough to make her sick. The events of the last few days came pouring out. He listened to her talk, and all he could say at the end was "come home." "I can't come back yet. The police need me to stay a few days. They need to find out if the videos have been distributed, and for us to give statements. They also need to find out what happened to the poor Germans," she said. "That is crazy to the extreme. First, let's put your mind at rest. It won't have been distributed, not yet. He'll need to edit it. But I can find out if anyone else had access to his feed and raw footage," he said. As far as she knew, he was a programmer and played a lot of video games, but he often threatened to destroy people from her past who had hurt her. She assumed it was with his computer. Not that he talked about it. He just stayed up late a lot of nights and programmed mods for Skyrim to make it so you could marry someone called Serena, or have a bear as a follower. What's this guy's name? And if you can get more info like his date of birth. Also, did he email you at all? Did you get any kind of confirmation? He asked. Yeah, from a Gmail, she said. Okay, I'll get that, and then we should know. I'm sure he's dumb enough to talk about it or have registered the server through his email and paid with his credit card. Once I find that out, I can see the feed. Who else can access it? Hopefully no one. She was relaxing. Plans were good. Do you want the videos of you gone? I can try and get the ones online. He asked. Will he still be charged? She asked. Australia isn't like America. People don't need to press charges. They do need the videos as proof. But the camera should be enough, and the videos of the others. I can get any videos online, but not on his computer. As I guess the cops took it, and won't reconnect it to the net. Just do what you can. I know it'll be okay. But it's so gross, she said. It's truly horrible. And the worst thing is, now you'll be checking everywhere we travel too. I'll have to buy you a wireless signal finder, he said. She laughed. She could imagine herself testing a room for bugs and cameras now. Give me a day, and I'll know. But I think you have something else to worry about, he said. She could hear there was a real concern in his voice. Well, I've been researching, as we're talking, and there were a few news articles about this place, he said. Like what? She said. French family mass suicide, he said. Seems 20 years ago a whole family hung themselves. Or the father hung them. And then himself, he said. Bloody hell, she said. That's not all. What else could there be? There is some blog post from a woman, about 2 years ago, trying to find a daughter, backpacker. Work away, never came home. Do you know anything about that guy, Nick, who left, or Bill, the other one? Not really, she said. Okay, I'm getting on a plane and coming. When you talk to that a-hole Gareth, get signed off for the 3 months, or you sell your story to Women's Weekly, he said. What is Women's Weekly? She asked. It's like News of the World. I'll get Roger's workaway account as well, and find out if that Nick guy has been active. Thanks, baby, but don't come. It's $700 in flights. I'll be leaving myself soon. Just a few more days, and like he said, I'm sure we'll get signed off, or we'll tell the world, she said. Stay safe, and don't be afraid to listen to your instincts and act crazy. You're usually right, he said. Just to check. You can do these things, she said. Sure, he said. And you've always been able to? She asked. Yeah, but most people don't piss me off this much, he said. Chapter 16. After he had killed the two in the water room, he'd slipped away into the night and watched as they reacted. It was like if a defiler kicked an ant's nest. The emotion was clear on their faces, if he couldn't have felt it coming off them. The only one who wasn't scared was the girl, Bree. The rest ran around panicked and frightened. It was funny to watch. He stood as still as a tree in the dark and watched them. The hunter girl sat on the stairs for hours, and then 2 loud metal machines came. A lot of people came out. The man was a warrior of some sort. He had a weapon on his side, but it was much smaller than a sword. He didn't know what it was. They took his sacrifices, wrapped them up, and carried them out. He was so angry with himself. He should have known they would. Then, the warrior took Roger as well. He understood who this man was. He was the lawgiver. Roger had done wrong. Maybe he'd stolen from his neighbors, or was in trouble for guests under his roof being killed. That was bad. If he was gone, the others might leave as well. They were all on his list now, except for the hunter and Bree. Still, he'd taken a lot of people at once before, and could do it again. They left in their machines with him. He realized he had truly awoken in a time that was not his own. He could understand some of what they said, but not enough. He needed to learn more. If this was the world he was going to live in, he had to understand it. The rest were inside. It was late, but the light through the big window showed them all sitting, drinking wine, making loud noises to hide their fear. He crept to the side of the house and, climbing hand over hand over hand, went up to the window, to the bathroom. He'd left the window open, but still too small for him. He knew they were loud. He broke the glass and crept into the room. The door was gone, and it was dark within. He stood still. He could see clearly. There was broken glass on the floor, and their blood was cooling in pools. There was so much blood. He walked to stand in the blood. He could taste it through his roots. It still had power. Slowly, he let his roots suck it in. He fed on the blood as if it were water, drawing it into him. He then got down on his hands and knees and ran his arms through it repeatedly, drawing the power into him. He had removed almost all of it and felt strong. He was strong enough to do what he had to. He crept out of the bathroom, standing at the entrance. The downstairs light came from the main room. He knew they were all in there. He stepped down the hallway and towards the bedrooms. He knew who was who. After the bees, Bree stayed alone in a big room. He went at it. She was still downstairs. He had time. He reached out to the wall and climbed up it. His hands grew slight vines that gripped the wall, and he pulled his light body up. He crept up the wall and onto the high ceiling. It was dark, and he would wait. He could hold himself easily. On the roof was a light. He knew they worked with a switch, and if she put it on, she'd see him. He reached out with one hand and, closing it around the glass, crushed it with a popping sound. He closed his eyes and he waited. Soon, the girl stumbled into the room. She was loud and smelled of wine. He could hear her trying the switch, heard it flick a few times. "Shit," was all she said. She must have had a lot of wine, as she just took her shoes off and then collapsed onto the bed. He could see her clearly from where he was, and he was almost right above her. She rolled onto her back and then looked up. He was still, and she didn't see him. Her eyes closed again, and pulled his hands to in front. He let himself drop onto her. He landed on top of the girl, with his hand over her mouth. It had knocked the air from her, and she struggled to sit up. Still, there was fear in her eyes, but not as much as there should have been. He slowly pulled his hand away, and she didn't scream. "How may I serve you?" she said. He let her sit up. He understood that she was one of the priestesses. She would help him. That was good. He couldn't speak to her, but she would help him anyway. Slowly, he reached out towards her and placed his hand on her head. He let his fingers grow, so he held her skull firmly in his hand. He felt her soft hair and her raising fear. Give, was all he thought, as he let his eyes closed, and she did. He felt her giving him her will. She didn't know what he was asking, but she said yes. In his mind, his vision leaped back to her birth, crawling from her mother, her growing up, getting bigger and bigger, going to a place of learning as a child. Then her lessons came to him, the words and the knowledge, cars, school, teacher, police, friends. He watched her life pass by his eyes faster and faster. Suddenly, he knew it all. Caravans, phones, workaway. He saw her working at farms, looking for places that were strange. She was searching for something, and now she had found it. He saw her entire life before him, and now he could understand it all. He lingered on her memories of the last few days. They wanted to leave, but the police said no. They would only be here for a few more days. He'd have to use his new knowledge to stop them. He felt his mind was opening. Ideas and plans like he'd never had were coming to him. He knew what he had to do. The connection with the girl was strong, and she had felt him going through her mind. She knew what he was doing. She looked at him and tried to be brave. She spoke again.
"Do I get a reward?"
she asked. His mind and hers were still connected, he thought. "What do you want?"
"What are you?"
she spoke. He realized she would help him in his plans. She would be his weapon among them. She smiled, feeling his happiness. "Obey me, and the world will be yours. Other people will fear you, and you will know the secrets of the life." Chapter 17. Vicky woke the next day, alone in her room. The sun was shining in hot and full. She hadn't set the alarm. She wasn't doing any work anymore. They could suck it. She was still dressed and simply put on her boots and went downstairs. It was once again like the scene of hungover backpackers' hostel. Everyone had done their best to drink away the worry and horror of the night's revelations. Still, a sense of foreboding hung over the house. It was clear everyone just wanted to leave, but they were here until the police said otherwise. She sat down at the breakfast table and was greeted by a very hungover-looking Liam. "Gareth called. He'll be here at 1, he said. She didn't have a watch, just a phone, which was upstairs and not even charged. It didn't work out here. "When is that?" she asked. "About now," he said. She truly had slept in. As she sat and started to roll her good morning smoke, Bree walked in. She was smiling and looked happy. It was weird.
"Hello, friends. Sleep well?"
she said, sitting down.
"Not really, given I was sleeping in the same house where 2 people were killed. Or killed themselves. Or died last night,"
Vicky said. Bree just patted her arm.
"I know, I'm sorry. Just trying to lighten the mood. It's dark for a good reason,"
she said. Bree was acting very strange, even for her. The once quiet and shy girl with no friends was disappearing. She didn't seem scared or worried at all. Of everyone, she seemed content to stay here. A car pulled up in front of the house, and she was glad. Gareth came out. In his hand, he had shopping bags full of snacks and beers. Trying to bribe them was a good start. "Come on, guys, lots more in the car," he said, and pulled a frowning face at them. He put the stuff down on the table, and Vicky took another 2 bags from the back of his shiny black car. By the time she was inside, they were all sitting around the table. Lunch was served in the form of bags of crisps and noon beers. He was speaking fast and loud. His manner reminded her of a professional media consultant. He didn't sound like a man whose brother was locked up. He sounded like a man who was trying to talk people out of suing him. We, or rather, I, am in a very tough spot here. Some bad things have happened here, and I guess you all want to leave. He didn't wait to hear their answer. I would too. Now this farm still needs a lot of work, so when you leave, we'll need more volunteers, and probably staff. But getting them will be near impossible if this all comes out, he said. Vicky was mad as hell. It sounded like he wanted it all brushed under the carpet. If what comes out? The deaths? Or the hidden cameras? Or maybe the French family? She said. Everyone looked up. Who's the French family? Liam asked. Gareth tried to speak over her, but she just spoke louder. A family of 5 that all died here 20 years ago, she said. She saw Gareth was mad at her now. Oh well, he could suck it too. Anyway, what I need is for you all to sign these, he said. He placed a stack of printed paper in front of them. She couldn't believe this guy. She took one and started to read it, but Bree had already asked. What does it say? Basically, it's a non-disclosure agreement. You won't talk about what happened here, you won't write about it, blog about it, give interviews, or tell anyone. You won't testify against Roger, or me, or anyone connected with the Lynch family winery, he said. She couldn't believe it. They were going for gold, really trying to hide it all. She realized it was more than this one farm. This case could smash their sales in a huge way. These guys were making $10 million a year in sales. Gareth had told her. So, Roger gets to walk, and there are still videos of us out there, Vicky said. I'll get all the videos back, but yes, the only charges will be from the police themselves, but we will deal with that. If you all agree to this, it will be saying, you give any statements, or mention it, or we'll take back the payment and sue you. The Italian couple had been quiet until now, just reading the forms. What payment? The man asked. $10,000 per person, Gareth said. Chapter 18. Most of the others said yes to the money straight away, and signed the paper right there. The Italian couple went out the front of the house and discussed it very loudly, screaming at each other, and walking up and down in front of the house. Clearly, he wanted the money, and she was more worried. Sadly, videos of some dude taking a shower wouldn't be that interesting to the global perv audience. She had a lot more to be worried about. She used the landline and called her boyfriend. It was still early, but he should be awake. He normally got up at around 10:30. It rang only once, and then answered. He must have had his mobile right next to his computer. That meant no sleep, which was good for her. He answered. Baby, is that you? It is. You get any sleep? She said. Not really. I've been working, and I have news, but you first. Any updates? He said. Well, they just offered me 10 grand to sign something to shut up about the whole thing, she said. Take it, he said. She was surprised that he'd said that. He was pissed off about Roger, but he sounded slightly scared. Why? She asked. I've tracked your mate Nick. He hasn't updated his Facebook. He hasn't responded to any emails in his inbox. His phone is dead. And he hasn't spent any money on his banking, he said. Same at Bill. Just gone silent. First, she let it sink in that her friendly boyfriend was fully able to get into someone's banking and email accounts, and then that Nick and Bill sounded dead. If a cop said that to you, you'd be worried. You think they're dead? She asked. Dead, or locked up in a country Australia torture room. These are dangerous people. Just take the money, cash, play along, and get out as soon as you can, he said. What about the videos? She asked. It's a non-starter. This guy was an amateur to the extreme. If you're going to be a high-tech perv,
you at least need a decent internet connection, which he didn't have. The video saved to a cloud, and then he downloaded it to his computer. Only he had access. But there are only a few videos. I've seen yours, and they're grainy as shit. I could barely tell it was you. I deleted them. All. I tried to view one of the Germans, but the police beat me to it. It's not in the cloud. She felt relief, and then not. The video issue was gone. Now she could worry about being scared. She always trusted in the evil of strangers. If a neighbour was playing loud music at night, it wasn't because he was inconsiderate. It was because he was trying to cover up something worse. "Thanks, baby," she said. "Can't believe what a dickhead this guy is. I was actually looking forward to seeing you naked. It's been like a week." "But it was lower resolution than an iPhone 4, he said. "And the camera position. You think this guy hadn't heard of fog on glass?" She laughed. "Sorry about that. I will leave, ASAP. If we're not pressing charges, we don't need to be here," she said. "Should I get a flight? This is getting dodgy. The only reason I'm not up there now is I know you have other people around," he said. "Yeah, but that girl Bree is acting weird. Did I tell you she gave me this charm bracelet thing? To protect me," she said. "Wow, sounds Wiccan. Are you friends with a witch?" he said, trying to lighten the mood. "I think so," she said. "I'll be fine. I'm sure once we sign it, Gareth will offer to take us all out of here. It would just take a day. Because he has one car and a lot of people," she said. "Don't be nice. Make sure you're in the first car," he said. "I'm not—" As she spoke, she heard a click, and the phone went dead. She looked at it, and hit the receiver a few times. It was gone. She hung up the phone, and found Gareth. "The phone went dead," she said. "Oh, shit. Probably a broken tree branch across the line. Did you get what you needed?" he said. "If I sign, when do we leave, and when do I watch you delete the videos?" she said. "I'll call the cops now, and once they get here, I'll confirm with them they're all deleted. Roger can log in to his online thing. Then we can leave. I'm not staying here tonight, so I'll take 3 back and come get the others tomorrow." "Okay, I'll sign once the police are here, and I've seen the videos be deleted. I get cash, and I get a seat in the first car," she said as firmly as she could. He laughed. "You might be the only smart one of them." "Okay, I'll call the sergeant and get him out here. Can you and Liam do one last job for me?" he asked. "You can't be serious," she said. "I am. I know you need to pack, but first, I need you both to go and see what happened to that phone line. It's right at the front of the property, along the road. Sometimes you can just take the branch off, and sometimes it's really broken," he said. Liam walked up. "I'll do it. I'm going crazy just sitting around in the house," he said. They walked out of the house towards the cable, passing the Italians as they did. They weren't yelling anymore. He looked triumphant, and she looked defeated. They were going to take the money. Everyone was. You really could buy your way out of trouble, and it only cost $50,000. Chapter 19. Most cases were straightforward. Jim was a straightforward guy. He had a nice family, a nice house, and a job he liked most days. He'd sit in the station house and wait for the phone to ring, usually a stolen something. He'd go to the pub on Friday, have 2 drinks, and talk to the locals. They were his friends, and he liked it. He'd been in the force a very long time, and was a part of the community. He knew them. They knew him. It was a simple and good life. This case was beyond bizarre, and was making him truly question everything. First, there was this perv making videos which made him sick. They had a video of the kids dying, and he had to watch it, even though they were both naked and prancing around. He ignored the nudity, except to get more pissed off at this guy, and watched it. For the 4th time. He still couldn't believe it. The laptop was set up on his desk,
The computer crimes team had deleted all the videos off it, but this one, it was evidence. Evidence of what he didn't know. It was very grainy and bad quality, but you could see what was happening, just not the finer detail, like who they really were. Bad for blackmail or porn, but good enough for his purposes. Kim was with him. "What are we seeing?" he asked her.
"I have no idea, Sarge,"
she said. On the screen, it replayed itself. They were in the shower, being a bit frisky. Then they both looked up at the glass shower screen at the same time. It was hard to see through the glass because the screen was covered in the red and black bodies of hundreds of scorpions. He'd seen them often enough. Wood scorpions, they were. Harmless enough, or he'd thought so, until he'd watched this. The video still shocked him, 4th time around. The creatures seemed to have a murder on their minds. They crawled over the top and leaped onto the poor kids trapped in there. They stung them on the faces, necks, bodies, all just stinging hundreds of times. Then the boy started to bang on the glass. It shattered, and the glass shards cut them both. There was now another man in Jim's office. He was wearing a green short-sleeved shirt and shorts. His name was Rick, and he worked for the council in animal control. He drove around town and collected stray dogs and collected injured animals. But he was their animal expert. "Have you ever seen anything like this?" Jim asked. "Never in my entire life. This behavior is very unlike them. The wood scorpion is not aggressive. I'm thinking there must be some chemical in the house making them act like this, or there is a nest right in that shower. But I'm surprised by the amount of them. You find many bodies?" Jim was confused. "Whose bodies? The kids. We found 2, he said. "No, I mean dead scorpions. If you look, they are trying to stamp on them, and that shower of glass would have gotten some," he said. That was yet another strange thing. There was a handful of dead ones, but the rest had killed, and then they'd just crawled away. It was the least crazy explanation they could come up with, and for the sake of his sanity, he was going to cling to it. He just had to decide what he was going to tell their family and friends.
"So, we're saying no foul play. Roger's cleared?" Kim asked him.
"Unless he has a master's degree in zoology or chemistry, I don't see how he could have done this. But we're not letting him go yet. We have to go back to the scene and find out more. Those Lynch people might be using pesticide on their organic farm." "Could that have caused this?" Jim asked Rick. "It's only as far-fetched as anything else. We have no way of knowing what caused this, but at the very least, we have to ensure it doesn't happen again." The phone at his desk started to ring. Jim answered it. "Sergeant Wilson," he said.
"Good. Sergeant, it's Gareth Lynch," a voice on the phone said.
"What can I do for you? Everyone all right?" he asked.
"They're all fine, and the reason I'm calling is to let you know, after a long chat, everyone has decided it's best to put this horrible incident in the past. They won't be pursuing any actions or helping you with your investigation," he said.
Jim was stunned. He hated this family. He was sure he just showed up and offered them a whole bunch of money to keep quiet. They were the type to believe they could buy anyone. "Is that so?" Jim said.
"It is. So you can release my brother," he said.
"We're coming out there. Let's talk in person," he said, and hung up. Kim saw the anger in his face.
"What?"
"Gareth Lynch thinks he can get his brother out of this," he said.
"Can he?"
"I think he's paid those kids off, but it won't matter. Have you contacted the parents?"
"I have,"
she said. "They'll help no matter what," he said. "Now let's go out there and get another look at this crime scene, and find a reason to lock up the brother, maybe some parking tickets or something." What a prick this guy was. Rick spoke up. "Can I come?" They went out and got in the car. Jim, Kim, and Rick. Heading out to the farm. with Roger locked up in the back seat. Maybe if they saw him, they would change their minds about letting him walk free. He just had to decide what to tell them about the scorpions. He'd do that once he'd decided what to believe himself. Chapter 20. He felt his eyes were truly opened for the first time. Knowledge and the habits of these defilers came to him in waves. He realized they would all be soon leaving. He could see their actions played out before them, and knew what they would do. It was logic, or rather, if they behaved exactly as they thought they should. Bree had a low opinion of most people. They were sheep. He could understand why she thought they all did what was expected. They didn't live here like that family. They were free labor, and Roger had used them. He'd hurt them. So now they would run away. He had gotten memories of Bree about their actions. They couldn't walk out. They couldn't use their phones. They would escape in Gareth's nice new car. It was a BMW that was a brand of them. He could see in his mind a great factory she had seen on TV. It was one of the most awful things he could imagine. Hundreds of defilers and machines making cars, production lines, and pollution spewing out into the air. He saw through her eyes all the growth of humanity, as they called themselves. They were a violent, life-sucking cancer that had spread across the planet and were choking it to death. He knew now about extinction, about the ozone layer. Every one of them had a car, lived in cities that produced trash and waste by the ton. They were killing the planet and seemed to be enjoying themselves as they did so. His eyes had been so closed, he thought he should punish them for the sins they had committed in his grove. But he realized he must be one of the only of his kind left. The way they destroyed the planet, clearly nothing was trying to stop them. He'd stop them. They weren't leaving this farm. He'd kill them all and hang their bodies from trees as a sign to the rest of the defilers that this world was no longer theirs. The people of his time respected nature. They lived their lives and tried to live in line with the needs of the earth. Now, they treated nature as a thing in the way. It wasn't the giver of breath and life. It was trees to be cut down and make way for new buildings to house the millions of them being born every moment. It was daytime, so he crept from tree to tree. There was no one around, and he knew what he had to do. He made his way to the end of the farm. It was a dirt road with a line of trees running down the side. At the end was a closed gate, and looking above, he could see the cables. They would have been unknown to him in days past, but now he knew they were telephone wires. They couldn't call for help if they were broken. This area was too far away from the city. There were no mobile phone towers to blight the land. There was a tall tree with its branches hanging above it. He went to the tree and placed his hand against the trunk. He knew if he climbed up and broke it, they would know. These cables sometimes broke from tree branches falling on them. He wanted them relaxed and unafraid. He felt the connection with the tree, and with some sadness, asked it to sacrifice its limb for him. The tree was aware in a way. They felt pain. They wanted to live, and as he connected, he could control it. He made the branch break off. It was big, heavy, and it fell onto the wire with all its weight. The wire held for a moment, and then snapped under the weight of the branch. He laughed. Now, they would be alone. He just needed to get the cars. They also had power cables, but they were underground, and he didn't know where. He looked at the gate and thought, surely soon another car would come. Bree had thought the police would come back. He went on the road and the closed gate. He took the large branch that lay on the road and lay it against the gate. He then moved to the side of it. On the outside, it was too bright. The sun was all around him, and there was nowhere to hide. He let his feet sink into the soil, and his hands as well. He found it. A perfect little bush. It was weak, and only a seedling, but more than enough. He thought, grow, and the power of life ran from him into the small plant. It grew fast and strong, all around him, being guided in its growth by his mind. Soon, it had grown tall, and he was completely hidden from sight. Now, when a car came, he would be ready. He had to strike, and would have time, as they waited to clear the tree. He waited in his hiding spot, and thought of his plans. He would have to strike tonight. He couldn't wait any longer. They were trying to escape. He needed to not only stop them, but make examples of them. The world had fallen apart. It was like he woke up and he was in hell. But he had the power to make something good. His grove would be a beacon of hope, a symbol of how life should be. A noise came to him, and he turned from looking up the road to it. Vicky and Liam were walking up the dirt track. His sharp senses could see them, though they were far away. He spoke to her, and she looked bored. He knew these things now, and he could always tell a little of how they felt, especially fear. They would be checking the phone line. They walked up to the branch and the snapped cable. The branch was big and now was pressed right against the gate. He had moved it with a single hand, but for them, it would be the work of two. "Well, the phone line is ruined," he said. "Why did that branch fall? It hasn't even been windy," she said. "Well, have a look for saw marks," he said with a laugh. "You know, this has all just been a string of bad luck. Accidents and one pervy guy," he said. She did indeed look at the branch. It was broken and had snapped off naturally on the weak points. "Shall we move it? We won't be able to get out," she said. "I'm not doing it. You can do it by yourself if you want," he said. "What a gentleman," she said. From his hiding spot, he laughed at her words and saw they both froze. He knew his voice to them sounded like a hissing sound. They looked around, fear rising, but he was well hidden. It was fun to scare them. "What was that?" she asked. He just turned around and started to walk back to the house. "You're a very suspicious person. Has anyone ever told you that?" he said. "Usually dodgy people trying to hide things," she said, following him. The more he learned of the defilers, the more apt his name was. Once he punished these, he would talk to the girl Bree. She could help him. He imagined the new world, with his kind as a guiding hand, bringing people back into line. He could do it. His home tree could seed. All he needed was blood and bodies. Soon, he'd have lots and lots. Chapter 21. Bree sat in the lounge room looking out of the front window as Vicky and Liam went to investigate the broken phone line. She knew it was him. How could he let them escape? She was torn in a way. She knew it wanted to kill them all, and surely human beings as a species deserved it. She knew how they treated Mother Earth, and maybe this would change things. Vicky was nice to her though, and maybe she could save her. The others were like the bullies she'd had to deal with her whole life, treating her like she was invisible and useless, laughing behind her back. She'd been searching for something like this for so long. Now she had found it. She knew she should embrace it, and would. She would spend hours and hours searching for farms, organic places, people with stories of fairies and strange beings. Then she'd found the story of the French family, the ones they had talked about. They missed so much of the story though, and she'd read every article on it. They didn't read that the family was going to clear half the trees on their land for more grapevines. They didn't read that they had been found hanging with the vines of a fig tree. That was the thing that stuck out in her mind. She remembered tales her mother told her of the old Wiccans from back home in Scotland. They would offer a sacrifice to nature, hung and bled out. The priestesses would wear garlands of fig. She'd come here hoping she would find something, and she had. The day that the bees attacked her, she knew. They had come to her with such purpose. She thought she was more attuned than most people, and felt the rage of nature as they attacked. She'd only picked some flowers, but now she could see her sin. She'd killed them, for no reason. It wasn't food, it was just a whim. Her mind drifted back to the night it had come to her, and then again. It was him. She now knew, and it was beautiful, so strong and pure. It looked in the darkness like a tall and thin man carved out of wood, with branches like antlers coming from its head and arms. His eyes, when they had looked right at her, were those of a person. When she had shared her memories with him, he also shared all his with her. She could understand what it thought, the rage and pain it felt when nature was hurt, and how it had come to be created. She saw him as a young boy, in England or Scotland. It was cold, and the countryside was very different from Australia. Many more rolling hills and thick forests. He was an orphan boy, and was given to the priestesses and priests. They looked like druids to her. They stood around large stones and trees, and seemed to believe in the power of nature. She saw as they led him to a tall tree, a fig. They tied him to it. He was calm, and she realized he'd been drugged. A priestess pulled out a stone knife of some kind, and simply passed it across his throat. He coughed once, but didn't struggle as the blood poured down his bare chest. His eyes, the same ones that had looked at her that night, closed as he died from the blood loss. He felt something placed in his mouth and knew it was a seed from a fig tree, with runes carved into it. He had died that day. His memories faded, but he knew what they did. He remembered when he woke for the first time. It was like waking from a dream and not knowing where you are. So much of who he was gone. He woke and opened his eyes. He had no idea how long he'd been laying there. Days, weeks. His body was changed. He was more a being of nature than a person. His body was still that of a boy, small and short, but his arms were the vined wands she'd seen in her room. They had made him, but they respected the power. He was the lawgiver, the hand of justice. He kept their people following the old ways. She saw how it was. People respected trees and nature, only killed what they needed to, only cut what they had to, and asked if they could. It was a better world, and one she wanted to go back to. The human race, in its full perversion, had been shown to him. She felt his disgust as he learned all that people had done, how they had turned the destruction of nature into a heartless mechanical process. There were also millions of them. He couldn't understand a number so high. In his world, there were thousands of people, but now they had spread like a plague to cover the entire world in a thick blanket of humanity. He recoiled at her knowledge of factory farms and slaughterhouses. In his world, animals were killed when needed for meat, and then with respect. Now, they were killed by professional murderers and sold cut up and packaged. No one hunted for themselves. They just bought it at the meat market. She could see what he planned as well. He would take these people on the farm. At first, he'd just been the hand of nature's revenge. But now, he knew the scope of the human race's crimes. He'd have to do something about it. She could see his plans, and in fact, her mind was still connected with his in a way. If she thought about it, she knew. He would take the bodies of these ones and make more like him. Humans had done too much evil, too much for him alone to punish. He needed a lot more brothers and sisters. She had to decide which side she was going to be on. Her whole life she'd been the outsider, the freak, because she'd viewed the way people lived as wrong. Now she knew it was wrong, and she could do something to stop it. Chapter 22. Jim drove fast towards the farm. He was angry, fuming angry really. He hated these lynchers. And now, he got to have a front row seat to see how they operated. Right now, they were in the process of buying their way out of jail time for the older brother, Roger, and a public stink for the company. Lynch wine was everywhere. It was a good basic wine. Most bottles went for between $5 to $20, the lower end, but high volume sales. They even had a cask version he liked, not that he'd tell his parents or anyone else. A scandal like this would cost them a lot more in sales than anything else. Their name and brand would be tainted and linked to creepiness and perversion forever. It would cost them millions. Finally, they pulled in front of the gate to the farm. He looked at the clock on the front dashboard. It was 4:13. He looked out the front window, and there was a massive branch in the way. He could see it had broken the thin black phone line that lay in the dirt of the roadway. It now lay up against the gate, blocking it. Another annoyance. He looked to the back seat. Roger and Rick, their nature guy, sat in the back. "We're moving it," Rick said. "No, mate. Roger can do it. It's his farm," he said. "I've got a bad back," he said. Jim just glared. "Well, this will make it worse. Get out." He got out, quickly, with some cuss words, and climbed over the iron gate with no style at all. Soon, he took the huge branch, and with a lot of effort, slowly dragged it to the side of the road. Roger pulled the gate open, and he drove through. He stopped to let him back in, and drove on. As he passed the branch on the side, he heard a massive thud, and another. The car rocked to the side, and he heard a loud pop, followed by a rush of air. "What was that?" Jim said. Jim got out and looked. On the side the branch was on, both of his tires were ruined. They had driven over the branch, or rather, long parts of it stuck into the tires. The front tire was ripped full, and the back hissed as it slowly deflated, large holes ripped in the black rubber. The others got out of the car to come to have a look. "Did you even move it? Did you do this on purpose?" he asked. Roger looked surprised. "I moved it, I swear. I think it grew. It didn't have these long parts. They weren't even sharp," he said. "Yes, the tree punctured our tire by itself," Jim yelled. "You're paying for that, and I only have one spare," he yelled. Of all the shit luck, he thought. This guy Roger was a complete idiot. What, did he think he was going to stick it to them and laugh behind his hands? They all got back in, and he managed to drive the car up the dirt road. It limped along at a few kilometers an hour, doing untold damage to the rims of the wheels. but he had to get it out of the way. He managed to park it next to Gareth's shiny BMW. Now he was even madder. "I guess we can add damage to police property to your list," he said to Roger. "Stay in the car." He got out and went to the house. He could see most of the kids and Gareth had come out to greet him. Gareth spoke first. "What happened?" he asked. "There was a huge branch on the road, and your brother thought it would be funny to move it, so I drove over it," he said. Gareth was speechless, but shook his head. He seemed to believe it. He walked inside the house. He was getting so mad at these people, he had to calm down before he hit someone and got in real trouble. Gareth Lynch had one of those rich boy faces. If he threw him another smug luck, he'd just let loose and break his jaw. It would feel good. "So, you brought him. He'll be released?" Gareth said. "Doubtful. Even if these kids don't give statements, they're still the families of the dead kids. I've seen the movie, and while it's low quality and hard to explain, it shows them engaging in a sex act, and your brother filmed it. So that's production of porn. We don't even need anyone to help us," he said. "Why did you bring him then?" Gareth asked. "I was hoping, after seeing his face, some of these kids might change their minds. Now if you don't mind, I have work to do," he said. He pushed past Gareth and led Rick upstairs to the crime scene. He still had no idea what to tell them all, but his mind was starting to reconcile what he saw. It was just a fluke of nature. Chemical agent. They would find traces in the bathroom, surely. It was like something he'd read or seen in a movie. Animals being made aggressive in labs. They went upstairs, with all the kids following them and watching everything they did. The girl Vicky asked, "Did you see the video? Do we know what happened?" she asked. "It's still an open investigation, but soon I'll be able to tell you." They walked into the bathroom. It was light. The sunshine from the window streamed in and onto the tiled floor, which was still covered in glass. Rick walked in and started to search the glass and mirror shards, looking for dead scorpions. Jim looked at the scene. It looked wrong. Then he realized there was hardly any blood. 2 people had bled to death in here. Blood was all over the floor. He'd seen it the night before. It was everywhere, like a spilled bucket of paint. He'd expected it to be cold and to have stained the tiles, but it had been cleaned up. "Gareth!" he yelled. The man soon appeared at the doorway. "Did you clean up this room?" he asked. Gareth was shocked. "Of course not. It's a crime scene. Why, what's changed?" "There is hardly any blood. Someone has mopped it all up. Why? So we can't test?" "We can still test. We have their bodies, and there is still enough." "Rick, test the room for chemicals or pesticide or whatever," he yelled. This case was strange. Dropped on top of strange. Why would they clean up the blood? They had already done a blood test on the victims. All he could think was someone was cleaning up something else. He gathered them all in the front room. He was now talking to the group, a big bunch of young, expectant faces. "So, we've seen the video, and while it shows no foul play, it shows this place is dangerous. Something is happening here. The crime scene has been tampered with. Given none of you will be witness, I'm inclined to let you leave," he said. "How?" Vicky said. Gareth spoke up. "I'm leaving tonight, and I can take 3 with me," he said. Jim spoke to him. "No, you're not leaving our site until our man has checked this whole farm. Also, you're not being left alone with anyone. I'm sorry, guys. Our car is very damaged, and it's late. Tomorrow we'll have 4 cars here, and we can all leave here together," he said. Chapter 23. The sun had set, and he had moved back to the farm and was watching them. They seemed like they would stay. His plan had worked. He was going to destroy the other car, but that would be obvious. Yet a great plan was forming in its mind. From Bree's memories were all the TV shows she'd watched, all the news programs, all the books she'd read. She liked books about crimes and killers, dark stories about normal-seeming people who snapped and murdered their own families and friends. He knew about the French family, how it had been reported in the newspapers. They had blamed the man. He had killed him last because he was the worst one and had to suffer the longest. He had to watch his family die, but he'd been blamed for the crime. If he could find someone to blame, he could do anything, and their suspicion would fall on him. He was looking at that person as he thought the words. The policeman had left Roger in the back of his car. He was locked in but sat in the back. He was a criminal, and criminals often escaped and did horrible things. To kill him wouldn't be right. He needed to make him disappear, and then they would blame him. Creeping up to the car, he slunk low in the darkness and stood behind the car. He had to be fast. The car was near the house, and some of them were stood in the front room. He could see Roger in the car, and he held his 2 hands out. He let them grow fast, so fast, he reached out the meters across the space and boot. The glass of the back window smashed, and as the man turned, his hand grabbed him. One went around his mouth, and the other under his arms. He pulled him back in a moment, lifting him free from the seat. He cut himself on the glass and managed to let out a cry as he pulled him to his chest. He held his mouth still and quickly ran back into the darkness. The sound of the breaking glass was loud, and they all came running out of the house. The policeman had a torch and shined it on the car. They saw the back window broken, some blood on the broken glass, and Roger gone. The man's name was Jim. He spoke. "He's escaped." In the darkness, the man was struggling. He was big and strong, and fought for his freedom. He wanted him to suffer, but he needed this more. He ran off into the darkness, with the man struggling against him. They looked up to hear his fast footsteps, but would never see him or catch him. They would think it was just Roger fleeing into the night. Now, he had the scapegoat he needed. He ran through the darkness back to his home tree. It was almost like instinct. He could run through the branches with his eyes closed. He moved as part of the forest. The big man kept struggling against him, kicking and wriggling. It was growing annoying. When he reached the home tree, he took the man's head and smashed it hard into the trunk. He heard a crunch sound. Pulling him back to look, he was alive, but nose broken. It was a blood-dripping mess, and he'd stopped trying to struggle so much. He placed a hand on the home tree and felt the connection with it. He called out in his mind and asked the vines to come down to him. He hung the man up from the tree, vines growing down to claim him. He looked at Roger. He was fat, old, and had sickness in his mind. He didn't want this one to be his brother and join him. He wanted him to pay for his many crimes, cutting trees, spraying poison, burning plants and rubbish. Still, he wanted to know more, like with Bree, but he would take more. He changed so much, taking her memories, and if he wanted to defeat these defilers, he needed to know more. The man hung before him, head slumped to the side, unconscious. He reached out and put a hand on his head. He let his fingers grow and grow until they wrapped around his balding skull. He felt the connection with his mind and started to take all his memories. He wasn't sharing, it was only taking. And as he learned increasingly, he let his fingers dig in. They ripped into the skin, then skull, and finally sank into his brain. He kicked once, as he let his hand close, and he crushed the top of his skull. The memories coming much stronger then, stopping as he died. Roger slumped to the side, the top of his skull broken, and his brain, what there was of one, dripping blood from his skull. He let the memories of the dead man wash over him. They came in a story of short and pointless life. He'd done right in killing him. His crimes against nature and his own kind were many. One memory stood out because it was connected to him. The man had cameras in the house. He was on them, and had one in the bathroom. He could see him placing it behind the mirror, and knew it would have seen the attack when he'd sent his scorpions to kill those two in that room. There was no memory of him watching it, and he knew what Roger knew, that the police had taken it and watched it for evidence. He stood up and started to go back to the farm. He had a lot of work to do tonight, and he had to be careful. The policeman, Jim, and the other police would have seen it, and he would know if they could let themselves believe it. He was coming to realize that the people of today didn't believe in anything they couldn't see, and even if they saw it, they would find a way to believe they hadn't. They had little lives of work and things that made sense, and they didn't let anything else enter that world. Chapter 24. Vicky wished she'd just started walking in the daytime. She could have been sitting in the front seat of a truck with a total stranger, and she'd be a hell of a lot safer than she was now. Shit was officially serious. Trust your instincts, her boyfriend had said. Her instincts said to run into the darkness and escape. The police had shown up, not told them a thing except they were in danger, and now Roger had escaped from the back of the police car. She'd been fooled by him. She thought he was a harmless, if a disgusting perv, but now it seemed he was actually dangerous. They had run out when they heard the smashed window, and then they heard sounds of running feet in the darkness. He was off into the bush, but she was more scared of him coming back when they were asleep. At least they had two cops with guns, though he was a country-living Australian and surely had a shotgun somewhere. She sat in the front room, scared. No one was talking, except Gareth and Jim, the sergeant. Bree was sitting near her, holding her hand. They heard another sound from outside, a huge crash and banging, then silence, and more banging and hissing. Once again, they ran outside, the police leading the way. Jim drew his gun as they looked at what had happened. There was the police car. It now had its side window smashed. Glass was all over the ground. A jiggered piece hung from the frame. The BMW had had its tires slashed. The two wheels she could see had deep stab-like marks in the black rubber. The car hissed as it slowly lowered to the ground. He must have done all four. He was cutting them off from the outside world. No cars, no phones, no escape, no rescue. Still, it was him against two armed police, a ranger bloke, and a room full of very pissed off backpackers. She looked at them all. They seemed a lot more scared than pissed off. Only Liam looked like he'd knock Roger out if he saw him. Jim ran to the car and yelled in anger. He came back slowly. "He's destroyed the radio. We're cut off until the troops and cars arrive tomorrow." Gareth spoke up. "Why would he do this? It makes no sense," he said. "So he can kill us all," Liam said. They were all thinking it. "Kim and myself both have guns. We won't let this psycho hurt anyone," he said. "But let's be safe. No one leaves the main room, unless with one of us. And let's check everyone is here." He counted around all the people, but Vicky spoke.
"Rick is outside. He was searching the farm for something," she said.
"He'll be fine. He's a trained professional," he said. That wasn't very comforting. She looked at Bree.
"This is so fucked. What do you think he wants?"
She seemed to think about it.
"I think he wants to punish us, but he'll be okay. Just don't take off the wristband," she said. "Why would Roger want to punish us?" she said. She smirked at her. "Ruining his life. Who knows? He's crazy."
They found their way back to the house in the darkness, and she sat back down in the same spot in the lounge, looking out the window. If there was hardly any conversation before, now there was truly none. She imagined this was what it was like in war, or London during the Blitz, just sitting around and waiting for something bad to happen. Then, of course, it did. She was looking at them all, and the lights went off. 1 second it was light, then nothing. All the girls in the group screamed, and Jim put his torch on. The power came back on, and she could hear a faint humming sound. Gareth spoke up. "It's fine, we have a generator," he said. It was far from fine. Now he was trying to cut the power off. This was getting seriously crazy. It was almost time to lock herself in a room with a kitchen knife. "Where is the generator?" Jim asked.
"It's outside, over near the barn," he said. "Why?"
"Because if that goes, we're truly sunk. I want to go out and check it, and maybe I'll stay and guard it, to make sure we all have power," he said. Vicky spoke up.
"I wouldn't go. I mean, it's a trap, right? In horror movies, it's always a mistake to go outside alone," she said.
"We're not in a horror movie, and if that prick comes at me, I'll hit him in the head with my gun. I think I would enjoy it at this point," he said. "Kim, keep an eye on them." With that, he left. Vicky sat with Bree and then looked up to Kim.
"Can we get some food?"
she asked.
"Sure, but go together," she said.
She took Bree's hand, and they went to the kitchen.
"You hungry?"
Bree asked.
"No, but I wanted something," she said.
She started to open drawers and look in. There was cutlery in one, and she drew out a huge knife. Then she lifted the front of her shirt and tucked it into the front of her jean, so you couldn't see it. Bree was shocked.
"What are you going to do with that?"
she asked.
"If I see Roger, it's going inside of him," she said. "You should take one too." "Okay, if it'll make you happy."
She took the small knife from the drawer and tucked it up her sleeve.
"Have you ever been in a fight?"
Bree asked her.
"I'm from South London," she said. "Is that a yes?" she asked. "Well, it's actually a no, but it sounds tough."
She went around the room, searching in drawers and cupboards, until she had collected a handful of candles, 2 torches, some matches, and a little bit of food.
"Why do we need that?" Bree asked. "So when the lights go out, we don't have to find them in the dark."
Chapter 26. Jim didn't like any of this. They had to stay all night, and he just knew that Roger would try to do something stupid. In a way, he was going out to the generator because he knew he would be waiting, or come to it at some point. He walked to the front of the house first, his flashlight on the ground. Most of these country places had underground wires, and they just ran next to whatever path they had. He shined his torch and expected to see the ground dug up and the cable cut with an axe or something. Instead, he saw that the ground just had a stab wound in it. It was like someone knew where the wire was and just forced a metal rod down into it. He couldn't imagine Roger was that strong. He drove in his fair share of fence posts, and you needed a cap and a big hammer. Still, then it took an age and was loud. Nothing about this was making sense. He left the front and walked to the side of the house, where the barn and generator were. He could hear it, running and chugging along. He opened the door to the barn. The lights were on, thankfully. His gun was drawn, and he slowly looked around the large room. The generator was a big diesel thing, and it sat in the corner, churning out power. The rest of the barn was full of machine parts, shelves with tools and old saws and bits. In front of the generator was a chair, an old crappy wooden thing. He dragged it right in front of it and sat down. Looking out, he felt like a sheriff in an old-time movie, sitting on the porch defending the house. He knew this was the most important thing to guard. He had always felt he had a good nose for criminals. He could have told you that Roger Lynch was off, but a killer, and capable of playing such an elaborate game? No. He was clearly enjoying this, and slowly shutting them off from the outside world. Jim sat for a long moment, scanning the room, his gun sitting on his lap. He sat in a small circle of weak light cast by the bare bulb that hung from the ceiling. The barn was vast, and beyond his vision it was black. He heard something as his hearing adjusted to the silence. It was like breathing. He lifted his torch and shined it. There was nothing in the dark, but he was getting worried. He had the feeling someone was watching him. "You're not going to escape," he said. "You should give up while you've only damaged some property." He shined the torch onto the ground again and almost jumped. He thought there was a snake on the ground. He looked at it. It was a vine. He stood and looked at it. It was long and connected to something. It just ran in a huge line across the floor and away into the dark. His memory flashed back to that day, finding the bodies of the French family, those vines, fig tree. He reached out and took it in his hand. The thing sprung to life in his hand, and he did scream now. But within moments, it wasn't alone. Another vine snaked across the ground from the darkness, and then another. They wrapped around his feet and legs. He raised his gun to fire, but one wrapped around his wrists and pulled it to his side. In moments, his entire body was covered in vines, and he collapsed to the ground. Suddenly, a vine shot out from the dark. It almost looked like a hand and an arm to him. It crashed into the generator and ripped a hole in it in seconds. The big machine stopped in a final chug and died. The lights in the barn went dead. He struggled against his bondage and tried to yell again. Now, they started to wrap around his face and cover his mouth. He couldn't scream. He could barely draw breath through a blocked nose. He was in a world of terror. What was happening? His mind couldn't explain it at all. The vines wrapped him tightly, and then he felt the tug. His heavy body was being dragged back into the darkness. He was pulled in jerking tugs like he was a big fish on a line. He tried to yell to the others. He tried to kick and scream, but he was totally covered in the vines. He felt them tightening around his mouth and face. His vision started to go black, and his thoughts were racing all over the place. All he could think was he had been drugged somehow, and this couldn't be happening. He felt another pull, and he was now totally in the darkness, helpless and useless. He heard something, like a hissing sound, and tried looking out through the vines. But he was face down now, and wrapped up tightly, like a helpless baby in a blanket. In moments, he felt something take him. He was lifted from the ground, one smooth movement. It felt like he was thrown over someone's shoulder, and he tried to look, but all was black and darkness. It seemed to be running. He felt the breeze, heard branches and twigs snapping as it leaped and ran with him. He just kept thinking, how could Roger do this? He was bumping on that shoulder, or in the back of a car, for minutes, and then it stopped. He still couldn't see properly, but was dropped hard onto the ground. He landed on soft grass and managed to look up. The vines around his eyes loosened a bit when he'd fallen, and he managed to look in front of himself. It was dark, but he could make out the massively spindly shape. He'd seen it before. His eyes slowly adjusted to the dark, and he saw it fully. He could cry. He was in front of that fig tree. Chapter 26, Part 2. There was a male scream, then a huge thud, and then the power went dead. Everybody screamed, even Kim, which wasn't at all reassuring. Vicky screamed as well. She flicked on a torch she had in her lap and looked at the scared faces all around her. Bree looked at her, and she seemed sad.
"Well, you were right," Bree said.
Kim drew her gun.
"I have to go and check on him,"
she said, and stood up. The Italian girl spoke in some broken English.
"You no leave, we need you,"
she said. Liam now looked scared as well.
"She's right. If you leave, we're all sitting ducks." "He could be injured and need help. This is a major breach of protocol. But who cares?"
She reached down to her belt and handed them things off it. Australian police officers had a lot of shit. Her belt looked like the TV show's Batman, loaded with stuff. She handed the girl her pepper spray and Vicky her taser.
"What about me?"
Liam said. She also had an extendable baton and passed it to him.
"You know how to use it?"
she asked.
"I've seen movies. You flick it out hard and hit them."
She stood up and flicked it hard. It extended with a loud click.
"Now I'm going out. You should all lock yourselves in your rooms and hide until I come back," she said. "Yes, that's a great plan. Let's all split up so he can take us out one by one," Vicky said.
The Italian guy burst out.
"Why is he doing this?"
Liam almost laughed.
"Because he's crazy. Why does anyone do shit like this? They are mad. But I agree with Vicky. Splitting up is a bad idea." "Fine. Then what?"
Kim asked.
"We all go," said Vicky. "We need to stick together."
Gareth had been sitting watching them all.
"I know you don't care, but I'm staying here. If my brother has really snapped, this is all over. The farm, the business, it's all gone. I'm not going out there to get killed. If any of you come back, I'll be here."
Kim walked to the door, and they all gathered behind her. It was stupid. A ragtag group, shit weapons, versus a crazed killer. She had to hope Jim was alive. She'd seen those bags in Roger's shed, the girl's luggage. She knew that Nick had never shown up again. He was probably buried in the bush somewhere. Who knows how many people he'd killed. Bill had disappeared, as had that girl from the first night. She held her taser in hand and drew her knife from her pants.
"Vicky and Bree, got our backs," Kim said.
Oh yes, got our backs. Kim was in the lead with Liam and his baton, scared Italians in the middle, and them at the back. They opened the door and walked out into the dark. Kim had her own torch, a big police-issue black thing, and she walked shining it around everywhere, looking hard into the dark. She'd never used a taser before. It was one that shot out 2 cords and fired a charge. She hoped it worked.
"We'll be okay, you know,"
Bree said.
"Why aren't you scared?"
Vicky asked her. She wasn't acting scared at all. She just seemed like she was struggling with something in her mind.
"You'll see,"
she said. They made their slow way across the open area of the farm and walked towards the big barn. The big metal door was opened. The room was black and empty. Kim shined her torch in. There was the generator, and it had a huge, smoking hole in its side. It looked like it had been shot with a shotgun, or something bigger. A big, ragged hole ripped into the side. The torchlight on the ground showed the wooden chair was toppled over, and there were drag marks in the dirt on the concrete floor. Kim looked at them, but they all could see what it looked like. It looked like someone had been dragged out by their ankles. Jim was a big man, and Roger would have trouble to move him.
"No blood,"
Vicky said.
"No, I think that's a good sign. He's still alive."
Vicky didn't think it was a good sign. She was worried what he was going to do to the poor man.
"I'm going after the tracks,"
Kim said.
"Are you tougher than Jim? Can you do what he didn't? Why should we creep around in the dark waiting to get hit when we can go back, get our backs against a wall, and wait until daylight?"
she said. Kim wasn't even listening, but she did have tears in her eyes.
"Look, I've known him for years. He wouldn't leave me, and I won't leave him," she said, and started to walk off after the drag marks. "Give us the gun then," Liam said. "No way. You can come or go back. It's up to you," she said. She wasn't waiting for an answer. She just walked into the rows of shelves, torch leading the way. Everyone went with her. Soon it was just Bree and her, alone. Bree looked at her. "We should go with them," Bree said. "Why? She's a fool," Vicky said. "Yes, they all are. Liam hunts when he's back home and has killed a snake here. The Italians did all that weeding and always spraying bugs in their rooms. Kim, I'm sure she's just as bad," she said. "Why mention that at all?" Vicky said. "Look, I don't think he kills for no reason. I think it's like nature's revenge," Bree said. "Roger, why would he care?" Vicky asked. "Because he's crazy. Because it's his farm. But you'll be safe," she said. Vicky followed quickly after the group, if only to escape the conversation. She caught up with them soon. The drag marks stopped at the other exit. The door hung open as well. Kim shined her torch at the ground and into the trees. "He must have loaded his body into a car and taken him somewhere," she said. "What is out there of any importance?" "A cabin, a murder shack, another caravan," Liam said. "Okay, let's go back. We can't search a forest at night. We'll lead the team here tomorrow." Chapter 27. None of them realized the danger they were in. Surely Roger had escaped. He believed that. But what choice had they given him? Gareth had gotten a call from him a few days ago to tell him to stop. He thought he'd killed some Asian kid who hung himself and some other boy who had gone missing. He would never do that. Why kill a boy? Only women could make you that mad, surely. His brother had covered it up, which was good. They'd stop work if they knew a suicide had happened, but he thought it did sound suspicious if he hadn't done it. Roger certainly hadn't. That meant there was a killer out there, and he was staying in this bunker until it was over. Roger wasn't smart enough to have a hidden camera set up. It was strange. People didn't see that. He just took the rap, but he didn't know the half of it. Gareth had waited until they had left the house. It was the first time he'd been left alone since he'd arrived in the morning. He was scared that there was a killer out there, but he was also scared that the cops would be here in the morning, and one thing they would do was search the place from top to bottom. Once they were all gone, he waited until he couldn't hear them anymore and went to the back door through the kitchen. He opened the door to the backyard and looked out. It was clear, and he ran in a straight line to the shed. It had a lock on it that Roger took off sometimes. He took out his phone and shined it around. He saw her suitcase. He really shouldn't have kept it, but he liked to look at it. Sarah, she was called, one of the girls who had stayed here a few years ago. She was Swedish, blonde, young and funny, a natural beauty of a girl. She wasn't stuck up. She drank and laughed and had fun with them. She was truly something very special. He still thought that was true. And he thought about her almost every single night. He moved the suitcase full of her clothes and photos. It was on a wooden small table, and he pushed that aside. There was a small red rug, and he also pulled that aside. He looked at the trap door. This place had an old-school bomb shelter no one knew about, but old Mr. French was a bit of an end-of-days nut. It had a lock, but he had the key. He put it to it and turned the bolt. He went down and took the suitcase with him. It was a big room, big enough for living a few weeks. He looked and saw his computer was dead. It was on a small desk and with no power. It was flat. That was a shame. They had only found the one camera. He had a lot more in the house, or rather, Roger did. He had lots and lots of videos of Sarah, She'd been his favourite, but she'd not understood. He thought she'd be different. She was so confident and happy to show off, but she had yelled at him when she found out about the cameras. She'd called him a freak, and his big hands were around her throat before he knew what was happening. Now, she was at the bottom of the old mine shaft, and he had no worries that the police would find her. They'd shut down his cameras when he could prove who was doing this if they gave him access. He had ones in every room and on all the doors, but now this room was his safety. He'd stay in here until morning and then come out. He'd pretend he was hiding in the shed and be safe. He knew his brother wasn't behind this all. It was all too clever and sadistic, cutting the phone and power. It was smart, and the actions of someone who wanted to hurt, not someone who had snapped and gone crazy. He could remember Roger's reaction when he'd told him about Sarah. His brother had cried. He'd helped him carry her body to the hole and dump her, but he'd never looked at him the same after that. He knew he wasn't a killer, but someone was, and they were winning. He moved to sit on a small single bed and took down a hunting rifle off the wall. He held it in his hands and waited, looking at the doorway. No one knew it was in here, but he was going to survive this. The room was big enough for all of them. He could let them in, and they would all be safe. But then they would see his computer. They would know he was behind the cameras, and they would see his photos of Sarah on the walls. This was better. Chapter 28. The man, Jim, finally opened his eyes. The vines around his face must have been too tight. He looked at his home tree and started screaming, so he tightened them to stop him. No one could hear him out here, but it was annoying. They were always screaming. He tied him up against the tree, but he was going to wait for this one. He was the leader, the warrior of the group. He would let him watch what happened to the others before he killed him. The strange thing was, he remembered him. He couldn't place where, but he seemed to recognize his face. He reached out with his hand and placed it on the top of his head. He closed his eyes and let his mind go blank. He searched in the man's memories and could have laughed. He had a memory he kept coming back to, the French family. He'd been the one to find them. He saw in his mind the line of people swinging from vines on the ceiling. He felt the shock and confusion, but the horror. They placed so much value on their tiny lives, but cared nothing for a tree that had lived for hundreds of years, or animals that needed to be protected. He could see him investigating his home tree, the giant fig. He'd even researched where it came from. All he knew was he was born in England or Scotland a very long time ago. People in his day didn't even speak the same language, and the highest technology was a wagon wheel or a forged sword. The tree came from overseas, but no one knew who had brought it over. It had been here for 200 years at least. He found some information that a botanist brought it to try and start a fig farm in the tropical Australian climate. It didn't work, and now he was in this horrible land. He stepped away from Jim. He'd learned much. He had seen all the man's crimes stacked up. He came from a farming family, and they lived close, near his grove. He was starting to realize his grove was as big as he wanted. No one else was ready to protect it. He would have to do it all. The man was looking at him. "What do you want?" he asked. He just laughed at him and walked off into the darkness.
He'd left them all alone long enough. When he arrived at the house, he could almost taste the fear in the air. The house was dark, and he stood in the darkness, a very thin moon shining down, and looked at them through the big window. They had torches and candles, trying to fight against the dark. The light had protected them until now. Still, he liked the dark. He looked at them. He had to plan now. He could just walk in and kill them all. He was sure he could. But first, he had to see if they had weapons. Jim had a gun, and he knew so did the one, Kim. He crept up the wooden stairs and, reaching out very slowly and quietly, tried to open the front door. It was locked. He went closer to the window so he could hear them. They talked about boring things. He understood, but he gathered they intended to stay in that room for the rest of the night. This was bad. He wanted them alone. He wanted to take them back to his home tree and have time to read their crimes from their minds and judge them properly. In the room, there were ones he hated more than others. He would spare Bree, and possibly her servant Vicky, but the boy, Liam, was the worst. Followed by the other boy, Antonio. They were both unrepentant killers. Liam had killed a beautiful big brown snake. It was sunning itself, and seconds later, he had a spade and had cut its head off. He even took photos of him holding it up, dead, a trophy of his kill. They were dangerous to people, but people should avoid them. He had an idea, a great idea. He went to the front door and looked at it. Under, there was a line or gap between the door and the frame. It was big, but not big enough. He reached out with his mind and found them all. He could feel them sleeping and resting, hiding from the cold. But he called them all and waited. It took minutes, but soon he saw in the darkness they came. Snakes, mostly brown snakes, but some red ones and a few black. They came up the stairs, slithering and hissing. He directed them to the door. They were too big to get under it. He had to let them know he was here, but it would be worth it. He placed his hand against the door and just let it grow. It ripped through the door easily and punched a hole in it. The sound was massive, and as he drew his hand back, they all leaped up at the noise. "What was that?" Kim asked. He stepped closer to watch from the window as his army of snakes started to crawl through the gap in the wood into the house. He heard the screams and yells from the people inside as they saw them coming across the wooden floor towards them. The front was the only door, and another to the kitchen. The boy Antonio and his woman ran, but some stayed, too frightened to move. He saw the snakes raise their heads, and he directed them to Liam. Chapter 29. They were sitting in the darkened room, the only light coming from their torches and candles. For once, Vicky was glad Queensland was so hot. It was still warm with no heaters on. In England, the cold would be a form of torture itself. She just listened to them rattle on, trying to keep from being scared. She held her knife and taser close. Kim had asked, "Has anyone seen Gareth?" He wasn't there when they came back. Vicky assumed he just ran off and started to find his way to the nearest farm, or go hide out in the forest till the real cops came. Bree just kept looking at her And then she heard it, a huge bang and the sound of ripping wood. They all jumped up. Kim drew her gun and stood, waiting for someone to burst in. She heard the sound first and looked down. She screamed in terror and leaped onto the couch. The floor was covered in snakes. It was hard to see them in the dark, but she shined her torch and saw them coming. There were tens and tens of them. They were in the room before she could react. The Italians ran out of the room, not looking back, through the door to the kitchen that was at the back of the room. Liam stood with his back to the wall and yelled. The army of snakes seemed to ignore everyone else. She saw them slither past her and Bree on the couch and go straight for Liam. The first one was a big brown snake, like the one he killed, but not a baby, a huge long snake that was at least 1 meter long and fat. It struck out at him, fangs lashing at his legs. He swung his baton at it and broke its neck with a single strike. Its body flew to the side with the force of the blow. "Come on!" he yelled. Kim fired her gun at the carpet of them. The shot echoed through the house, and some of them turned to her. She screamed and jumped up onto the table. Vicky was trapped. Down from the couch, the floor was full of them. If she stepped down, she'd be standing on them. Her mind was racing in terror. She was trapped, and all she could do was watch. Liam hit one more. She remembered her taser. Vicky raised it to fire at one, but Bree knocked her hand hard, hitting it from her grip. "Don't hurt them," she said. Now tens and tens of snakes surrounded Liam, biting his legs repeatedly. He screamed in pain and swung out again. "Help me!" he cried and looked right at her. She could see the pain and fear in his eyes, but she couldn't do a thing. He fell to one knee, the pain and the poison starting to fill him. They struck him relentlessly, and he toppled to the ground. She saw another big one strike out, its fangs shining in the dark. She could almost see the venom. Its fangs hit his face and sunk into the soft flesh. He cried out in pain, and then stopped. He was dead. There was no doubt about it. The snakes kept biting and striking him, on the face, arms and body. She saw his battered face through the brown and black bodies of the snakes. It was swollen and ruined. His body twitched a few times as they crawled all over his fallen form. Terror filled her mind. It was beyond anything she could understand. Why would they do this? Maybe Bree was right. He had killed a snake. Now a snake or an army of snakes killed him. Bree pissed off the bees, and they attacked. Nature's revenge. But how could Roger command creatures? It was like something from her boyfriend's fantasy books, magic to control the beasts. The snakes turned from the dead body. They were everywhere, covering the floor, and now they slithered and moved until they were all looking up at them from the floor. It was even scarier than the attack. She stood on the couch, Bree next to her, and they slowly raised up, one by one, looking at her with blank, black eyes, looking ready to strike. Her feet were only 1/2 meter off the ground, and they looked ready to kill. She could see intelligence. They were waiting, swaying a little, almost taunting or threatening her. She heard a loud hissing sound and looked up. At the window was a dark shape. She saw it and screamed. She couldn't see it clearly, but she was in no doubt something was watching them. The army of snakes slowly started to turn. They lowered their heads from her feet and Bree's and turned to the ground. They slowly slithered back out the way they had come. In a minute, the room was deathly silent again, but for the sound of their ragged breathing. Her heart was beating so fast in her chest, it felt like it would burst from it. She looked over at Liam. There were 2 dead snakes near him, but he was a destroyed thing. He didn't even look human. His face was contorted and ruined, a vision of pain and suffering.
They all got down from their chairs and couch. Kim knelt next to his body and, finding his neck amongst the bite marks, put her fingers to it. Of course, he was dead. Kim looked deeply shaken, and Vicky was as well. She needed to think. Her mind kept going back to that vision. Something was watching them. Very tall, thin, and it just stood so still, like it was a part of nature. She knew it was guiding the snakes. She just had no idea how. Kim spoke up. She was still kneeling next to his dead body. "Why did they attack us? That doesn't make sense. They just came in and went straight for him," she said. Vicky turned to Bree and whispered to her. "Someone was watching it happen, and why did you stop me?" she said. She knew a single taser wouldn't have helped much, but it was better than just watching him die. Bree looked at her, and she was smiling. "Don't you see, Vicky? He spared us, you and me. We're safe. He won't hurt us. We are the chosen ones. We'll be safe. Just don't do anything stupid," Bree said. She looked at the dead body of Liam. How could they be safe? And at what price? Watching everyone else die? Kim was still stunned, and then seemed to come to life. "I need to find the others. They are running around in the dark, and I have to tell them something," she said. "What?" Vicky asked. "We didn't want to say, because it seems so crazy, but your German friends were killed by scorpions. We saw the video and thought it was a chemical. So Rick came with us. But now I see it's widespread. All the animals on this farm are infected somehow," she said. "You think it's chemical?" Vicky said. "What else can it be?" she said. "Maybe that thing I just saw at the window," Vicky said. "You're frightened. We all are. I have to find them," she said. Bree whispered to her, "We're safer alone." Chapter 30. The hunter girl, he'd called her. Now he realized people of this age wore leather for fashion. She wasn't a hunter, but she was protected, for now, by Bree. He knew he would need a loyal priestess. He would need help in gathering more brothers and sisters. He would need someone to protect them during the sleeping years. His list was growing shorter and shorter. The others had run, and now they were hiding in the house, alone and unprotected. Vicky had seen him, but that was fine. She too could serve him, unless she failed. Being a priestess was a hard road. They had to choose the service of nature over their own kind, be willing to punish all defilers, even the ones they knew and loved. In the past, they would bring sinners right to his home tree. He would see into their minds and hearts and find out the truth of their crimes. They used his power for their own judgments as well. He cared not who laid with who, or who stole what from who, but they did. They liked to think they could own part of the land. The boy Liam had died well. He'd been punished and humiliated. The snakes had destroyed him, and he'd known what terror was. He'd known in his final moments that nature wasn't his to use and kill as he wished. It was strong and would fight back. He'd also showed his mercy to Bree. He would take the one, Kim, but he could wait. He didn't want to kill her with snakes. They would die in taking her. Her gun had destroyed one, and Liam had killed two of them. A waste. Vicky had raised a weapon at them, but Bree stopped her. She was still training her, it seemed. He needed to be more careful with his wards,
and not waste their precious lives, for a poetic revenge. He went from the house to the field of grapevines. He knew where the body of Rick was, and looked down. He was still tied to the ground with the vines around his wrists, ankles, and neck. Small pools of blood gathered around them where he had struggled. His face was pale, white, eyes open, but looking away. His face was covered in small trails of slime. They had choked him to death. He placed his hand on the ground and commanded the vines. He made them release him. They responded, but he felt weak. They went so slowly. He'd used so much energy in calling the snakes. He would need to gather more. Rick would serve two purposes: to feed him and to go into the ranks as a brother. Placing the lifeless body on his shoulder, he turned and started to stalk back to the home tree. He easily loped along. Long legs carried him fast. He knew every tree and plant and stepped past them as he ran on quickly. It only took him a few minutes, and he was in front of his tree. Jim was still tied to it. He'd been struggling, but was fixed tight. He looked at him as he appeared and tossed the body of Rick to the ground before the tree. Jim looked like he was trying to talk, to yell at him and scream, but his mouth was wrapped tight. He'd had long enough of their talking, screaming, and yelling. They were so loud and always talked and made noise. He set the body up against the base of the tree, so he was against the roots. He needed the most blood he could from him. Placing his hands on the tree, he called out, and a vine grew down from one of the hanging branches. It took his leg and lifted his body up. He swung in front of him, a meter off the ground. He was dead, but should still have a good supply of blood in him. He knew his neck was the best for blood. He knew about veins and arteries now. He reached out and placed a single finger to his neck. He was feeling so weak, but he let it sink in, and it pressed against the skin and broke it. It slipped into his still warm body, and the rich red blood started to drip down from his corpse. He used his other fingers and tore the hole in his neck and throat wider. The blood started to drip more, then poured in a full stream. It ran down him and dripped to the ground. He felt the power in it, the strength. It was like a warm glow or rush of energy. He felt his own strength growing with the life energy he'd taken. The man, Jim, was in terror. He looked at his eyes, and they were crazed. He almost laughed. He felt the fear running off him. It felt good. He realized he was enjoying scaring them. For so long, they had tortured nature, used it, destroyed it. Now, they realized they should have been afraid all along. He stood for almost an hour as the now dead form of Rick dropped lifeblood to the ground, and then he let the vines lower the body to the ground. He would use this one. He needed to make it fast. His own birth had taken weeks, but he needed this to be much faster. Once the sun rose, there would be a small army of police coming, and he would need to have the brothers and sisters to defeat them and their weapons. Placing the body on the ground, he laid him out neatly and held out his hand. He opened it, A fig seed was in his hand. He didn't place it in the mouth like it had been done to him. He reached down to the body again and placed his hand over his heart, dug into it. He had to break past his ribs and found it was still warm. He pushed the little black seed into his heart and pulled his hand back. It was coated in red blood. He put his hand on the chest and, closing his eyes, reached out to the seed. He felt it and pushed power into it. He thought, grow, and it did. It's come to life and started to grow tiny little vines. They crawled out and started to reach out through the body. They would reach to all parts of him. They would change him until he was changed. Better, stronger, a protector of nature, no longer a defiler. He looked up at Jim. He was still looking at him. It would take hours, not days, but now he had to get more of them. He needed to collect the boy, Liam, before he was too cold. Chapter 31. Jim's mind was racing. He was a lay Christian, or a lazy Christian. He believed in God and got himself and his family to church every month or so. But he was a believer. He was just busy. Yet he couldn't reconcile himself with this. His only thought was that it was a demon. It had to be. If magic was evil, and then this thing was doing blood magic. He looked at it as it ripped open poor Rick and bled him out onto the ground. It then lay his body down and put a seed in his chest. It almost seemed to pray over him. Now he looked down, and the body was changing. He saw the vines were starting to come out of the chest and were growing through his legs, arms, and head. Rick was twitching and jerked as he lay dead in the dirt. Was it making another one like it? Did the world need two of them? He was a practical man. He still had his gun, and he was going to put it against this thing's head and pull the trigger 10 times and see what it did. His scared mind kept going back to those vines that came and got him in the barn. It could send them out, and they wrapped him up. He knew it had killed the French family. How long had it been alive? And how long would it keep going? The video came to his mind as well. The German kids in the bathroom, attacked by the scorpions. Clearly, it had sent them as well. It must be able to control nature. It was all unbelievable, but also not. He believed in God, Jesus, and heaven. So surely there was a hell, demons, and now he'd met one. It looked like a demon, tall, made of wood and leaves, no mouth, but a small slit, and wicked clawed hands of wood, that he knew would crash through machines like the generator and a body easily. It seemed to enjoy the killing, and was taking pleasure in making him watch its horrible actions. His body was trapped against the tree, but he had to get free. Kim and the others didn't stand a chance against it. He didn't stand a chance, but at least he'd just start shooting and hope for the best. They were still thinking of Roger, arrest, trial, rights, not just trying to kill the evil thing. He had to get free and get back to the house. He started to struggle against the vines of the tree. He was almost glad he was a bit fat. It was hard work keeping him up, and he realized without the creature, the tree was just a tree. It couldn't move or tighten its hold. He started to pull his hands and wriggle his body. Both hands and both legs were tied and around his mouth and face. He could feel the vines near his face, but he was a cop. He knew a rope was a bad way to tie someone. He struggled with his wrist. If he could free his left hand, he could free his pocket knife and get loose.
He moved it back and forth, creating more room. It slowly gave. He pushed it up and down against the vines. It hurt his hand, and he pulled it back. They were rough and sharp. He could feel pain from one of them. That was good. He pushed his hand hard into it and winced in pain. The skin tore, and blood started to run from the wrist. He felt it soak the vines, and then slowly, with a lot of pain, pulled his hand free. The slippery blood all over it, a long cut on his wrist. He reached behind his body and drew out his little knife. It was a small fishing one, attached to his compass. He got it free and started to work on the others, on his face, and then his hands. It took an age, but slowly the blunt little knife cut through the vines on his face and hand. As his next hand came free, he could feel himself falling forward. He cried out as his body fell forward, feet still tied, 1/2 meter off the ground. He held his arms in front of him, and he was almost glad that he landed face first on the dead body of his poor friend Rick. The knife was still in his hand, and thankfully not in his own neck or somewhere else vital. He pulled his feet free from the broken vines, and pushing off Rick's body, stood up. It looked so bad up close. His face had been pressed against his ragged neck wound, where it had sent its wooden fingers to rip the flesh and bleed him like cattle. Jim stood and checked himself. His body hurt. His hand ached and bled a little. His ankle on the left felt a bit strained, but if he'd hit the dirt that way, he would have a broken neck. He looked out into the forest, in the direction of the house. It was about 1 kilometer away, and would take him around 20 minutes. The demon seemed to run through the forest much faster than that. He looked down at the body of Rick again, and wondered if he should do something, but now the vines were growing through his body. They were spreading like a dark, virulent cancer. He didn't know what to do. "I'll get him, or die trying more likely, but at least I have a chance," he said to Rick. He wished he could do more, but he couldn't leave those kids and Kim alone a second longer. He drew his gun and checked it. Good, solid police issue. Automatic. 10 in the clip, 1 in the barrel. He didn't know the words to exercise a demon, so he'd just have to try and put a round into its head and see if that did the job. Chapter 32. Vicky followed Kim as she crept from room to room of the scary old house. The only light was coming from her torch as she shined it into each empty room and kept going. She had her gun out, but didn't say much. Bree had said they'd be safer alone, but she had no intention of leaving that gun. They went out the back of the room, to the kitchen, leaving Liam's body alone, dead on the floor. A sheet they had found placed over him was the only burial he'd get until tomorrow. There was no one in the kitchen, and it opened to a door that led outside, then back around to a small hall and stairs. She'd assumed the Italians would be hiding upstairs, probably in their own bedroom. It was some useless human instinct when threatened or in danger, to have your stuff around. Like, somehow it was better to get murdered in a room full of your dirty clothes than the kitchen. Still, they saw the snakes and ran, not stayed, to try help anyone else. She stood there like a moron as Liam was killed, but at least she'd stood there. "We should go outside, just you and me, hide in the trees. He will search these rooms. He can't search the entire forest," Bree said. Bree was acting strange and saying weird stuff, but clearly she thought something else was going on. The situation was beyond insane. It made no sense. It didn't make sense in that the animals were killing people. How did that happen? A chemical? What chemical? And why did they attack, then stop and leave? Those snakes came in and went straight for Liam, and then,
looked at them on the couch, heads raised, ready to strike. It was like something was holding them back from attacking. That thing in the window, it wasn't Roger. It didn't look like a someone at all, more like a something. But she couldn't let herself think that way. Vicky looked outside. It was dark. He was out there, but Bree was right. He'd be back in this house. He'd be searching room to room for them. Was one female cop with a shaking gun hand and a terrified look on her face really going to stop him? If he was the danger, her mind couldn't even come up with something else. "Bree's right," Vicky said. She saw Kim was about to go upstairs. "We're safer outside, hiding in the forest or trees," she said. Kim looked at her and seemed to try and think. Her mind was running a mile a minute. "You two should go. I have to find them and try to protect them," she said. She turned and started to creep up the stair. She didn't need to stay and protect her and Bree. No, go and protect the ones who ran off and left you in the snake room. She looked at Bree in the dark. "No torches, no candles. We just hold hands and walk out into the dark until we think we're safe," she said. "Sounds smart," Bree said, "but let's get some food. It'll like 12 only, and we don't want to be starving." Vicky laughed. "We'll get a blanket, some wine, and have a picnic," she said. But it was smart. She was already hungry, and she planned to stay out there till it was light enough to find a road and start walking down it. They rummaged around a few drawers, and she found a shopping bag. She and Bree loaded it with what was out. Some bread and biscuits, and even found some wine. "No crisps. He'll hear us." It was so silly and surreal. They took their shopping bags, weapons, and crept to the back door. She was glad to be getting out, and glad she was a smoker. She'd crept out many a night. She opened the door quietly, and they were out. The moonlight was low, and they waited a few moments for their eyes to adjust. "Can you see anything?" Vicky asked. "I think there is a barbed wire fence, much further back, past the shed. But there are trees near the fence." She knew how far it was. She took Bree's hand, and they started to walk in the dark. She counted the number of steps. 1, 2, 3. She was feeling safer and safer every step she took away from the house. She looked around in the dark. Anyone could be there, watching them. They could have walked right into him. But a torch would have been seen for ages. They were around 10 meters from the house and past the shed. She heard a sound behind, a loud cracking. Bree stepped on a branch or twig. "Shit, sorry," she said. They turned and looked at the house. In a second-story window, she saw Kim going into a room. She could see the torch and see that the room was empty. She did a sweep of it and then closed the door again. "That was the Italian's room, wasn't it?" Bree said. "I think so," Vicky said back. "What are their names?" Bree asked. "Antonio and Claire," Vicky said. "Good to know." As she said the words, the Italians came into view. Claire was hiding under the bed, and Boy was in the closet. Now, they stood at the window and seemed to be whispering to each other. "Why hide from her?" Bree asked. "Maybe they don't trust her either," she said. They were only a meter from the trees and found them by hand. Vicky sat down and turned. She was still looking at the house and could see as Kim was searching, still going to different rooms. "At least we can see if anyone else arrives. When the cops all get here, we could go back," she said. Vicky thought it was safe and rolled herself a smoke. No one would notice a little ash mark. It would look like a firefly, and she was dying for one. Hopefully not literally, she thought to herself. "Can you roll in the dark?" Bree said. "Of course, just sit in front of me, so there is no light," she said. She looked at Bree. They had been through a lot. She liked her new friend. But she knew something. She kept hinting at it. But she needed to face what was really happening. "I think you need to tell me what's really happening," Vicky said. She didn't roll her smoke. As she looked at the room the Italians were in, the glass suddenly smashed, and screaming filled the night. Chapter 33. He stood in the front room of their wooden house and looked at the body of the one they had called Liam. It wouldn't do at all. It had been covered by a sheet, and taking it off, he looked at the destroyed thing. Snakes had been a bad idea. Funny and fitting, but bad. The poison had eaten his body. He knew brown snakes had a neurotoxin that ate the brain tissue. He looked at the body, and blood dripped from his nose and ears. The eyes themselves were white and dead. If he changed him, he would be blind and stupid, a creature worth nothing. He almost yelled at himself for his idiocy. He had to stop with this petty revenge. He was beyond it now. He had one task. That was to make more like him. He knew from the memories of them all. Humans were now a plague that spreads across the world. And he was perhaps the only of his kind left to bring order back to the grove. His grove had simply grown. It was now the entire planet. He needed help, and he would take them back alive if he had to, or break their necks himself and drag them back, with fresh blood still in their veins. He sensed the house. He could hear someone walking around, trying to sneak and be quiet, and failing. He saw the flashes of light up there. The female policeman, Kimberly. Kim. He knew the other two would have run back to their rooms. He would take the couple. He needed two to make up for his mistake. He could drag two back and start work on them. By the time the police came in the morning, they would face an army of his kind, and they would plant them in the ground and start to cleanse this dirty world. Walking through to the kitchen, he could smell Bree and her servant. They had fled outside, alone. That was good. The snakes had almost had them too. They were hard beasts to control. He had to work them up, to get them to attack, and then he had to hold them back. He left them and turned up the hallway. He could understand something clearly. At last, the cop had gone past the room of the couple, but he knew they were in there. They locked the door after she left. They should have run to her. He crept back down and out the door. Looking, he saw Bree and Vicky were a fair way, walking slowly in the dark. Almost at the trees, they didn't see him. Going to the wall of the house, he climbed up the planks until he was outside of the glass window and pressed close. He could hear them, whispering in their language. He knew it not, but they sounded scared and suspicious. They should have trusted that woman and her gun. They sat on the bed, and he heard she was crying. Soon, the pain would stop. They had been sinners on the farm, like they all had, but now it didn't even matter. He knew all of them were sinners. They lived a state of defilement every day. He just hadn't read their crimes yet. Placing his hand on the glass window, he waited until they looked up. He saw her eyes, wet and red. Scared. She started to scream, and he leapt into the room. The glass of the window broke as he launched himself into the room. He landed on top of the girl, and she fell to the floor, with his body on her. Now the man started to scream as well. The boy had run at him. Before he could even see what he was. In his hand, he had a knife. He brought it down as hard as he could. It flew in the dark, flashing, a massive kitchen knife, and it went straight at his heart. The metal blade was sharp, but it did nothing. It hit his wooden chest, sunk in just a little, and then stopped. He was shoved back a little from the force. Now, the boy looked up, both hands on the blade, his eyes wide with fear. He reached out with his hands and took him around the throat. He lifted the boy off the ground and started to choke the life out of him. It was easy. They were weak. He wanted to dig his fingers in and rip his throat out. But he would save all that precious blood for the home tree. The boy kicked and struggled, his face losing color. He shoved him hard against the wall as he choked. He twisted his neck hard, and it cracked loudly. He dropped his body to the ground and turned around. The girl was crouched on the floor. She was huddled and held something in her hands. It was a pendant. She was wearing it around her neck. He thought of Bree's memories and knew what it was. Mother Mary, a saint. She called for protection from her goddess. But it did nothing. He almost wanted to feel something, but didn't. At the door, someone was banging and shouting. Kimberly and her gun. She was trying to get in. He had to be quick. Walking to the girl, he simply raised his huge rooted foot and brought it down on her. It smashed her raised arm and her to the ground. He stomped on her head and neck and heard them pop and crush as her body was forced to the floor. She cried out once and died as well. Her body and neck were broken. That was easy too. The door started to break, and he knew in moments she would be inside. He turned and grabbed the boy by the ankle. He took her and pulled them both close. He lay them over a shoulder each. He turned and leaped out of the window. Chapter 34. She'd never seen a ghost. She thought people who saw auras and asked constantly about your star signs. And then she thought they had some awesome insight into who you were as a person, were fools. So, she stood in the darkness, her unlit cigarette in her mouth, and stared like a zombie at what was unfolding before her. Her brain couldn't process it, but a feeling washed over her. She was scared, not just fear for her safety. That was there, but something much worse. She was witnessing pure evil in action. The window of the Italian's room smashed from the outside. Something, and it looked like a very tall person, leaped in through the window. It was hard to see inside the room, but she heard a brief struggle, a pop of a human neck and bones. Then she saw something leap out of the window. It landed in a patch of moonlight, and even though it was a good 10 meters away, she could see it wasn't human. It was a creature, and it had the 2 bodies of the dead or passed out Italians on its shoulder. It was unhurt by its leap, looked left and right, and then stalked off with its prize. It looked like an evil Santa with presents for itself. Bree was looking at it as well, but her reaction was much different. She didn't seem scared, more resigned. Soon it was gone, and they heard the door breaking in. A flashlight was in the room. Kim came to the smashed window and shined her torch out of it. looking around. Vicky just thought she was lucky she hadn't gotten in sooner, or there would have been 3 bodies it was carrying off. She forced herself to talk and to think. Bree clearly knew what it was, or had seen it before. All her comments. "He won't hurt us. We're safer alone." She wanted to know why. What was this thing? And what was her friend's connection to it? She looked at Bree and realized she was holding her hand. "What the hell was that?" Vicky asked. "Doesn't really have a name in English, but sometimes people call them Spriggans," she said. Spriggans, she knew. They were meant to be tall female nature spirits. She'd seen her boyfriend burning them with a fire spell in Skyrim. She remembered him saying something about how annoying they were. The thing here was some unreal creature, but it was real. What else was real? Were vampires? Werewolves? Were there monsters? Now she had to worry about this. She didn't trust people, as it were. Now they had serial killers and killer trees. "You've seen it before," Vicky managed. "I have. But you don't have to be scared, Vicky. It won't hurt us. It's just doing what it was created for. It's protecting its grove. It only goes after the ones who hurt nature," she said. "Everyone hurts nature. It's the way people are. You knew about this. Did it kill Nick, the guy who went missing?" she said. "Most likely. He cut down that big tree, remember? The Germans killed that scorpion, Liam, a snake, and the rest of them. Many little things," Bree said. Vicky thought of all she'd done. Plants, she'd ripped out plenty. No creatures. But that was just because she'd not seen any when alone. She'd gotten Liam to kill a redback in her room. She hated spiders. "He came to visit me, and I saw into its mind. Vicky, he's not evil. He's just been alone for a very long time, and doesn't think of human life as worth anything more than the life of an insect or a plant," she said. "And you believe this too? You're happy for it to kill everyone else if it doesn't kill us?" she asked. "It's extreme. But surely you see, the planet is sick. We need to change," Bree responded. "Why won't it hurt us?" Vicky asked. "The wristband I gave you protects you from it. But don't hurt any animals or creatures near it. It's only protection if you do little things. When he came to me, he tested me. I think it might test you before it accepts you," she said. "Accept me for what?" Vicky asked. "In the past, it had priestesses, people who would help it. I think it wants us to be that, or it thinks I am already, and you are with me," she said. All this horrified Vicky. She just wanted to slap Bree in the face and tell her to stop being stupid. But she knew which side her bread was buttered on. If this killer monster liked Bree, then she'd keep close to her. It was clearly smart. It knew about phone lines, cars, and it seemed to be avoiding the cops. Maybe it could be killed by a gun. She knew she was safe. She could just sit down in the dark, watch it come back, kill him, drag her off, and then wait until all the cops came. They'd ask her where everyone was. And she'd say, "Hey, a Spriggan got them, but not me or my weird Scottish friend. We're its priestesses." She thought of her words and thoughts. Drag them off. It had kidnapped Jim. It had just taken those two. Rick was gone, and so was Roger. Gareth was missing. It was taking them, not just killing them. "What is it doing with them? I mean, it's taking them somewhere," Vicky said. "You don't want to know," Bree said. "Of course I do. Are they alive? If they are, we have to try and save them," Vicky said.
I think they are dead. He wants the bodies. They'll hang from the tree. The ritual is called watering the earth. It's with their blood. Then I think he'll try to change them. I saw how he was made, and I think he's making more like him," she said.
Vicky let it sink in.
"I thought you said it was a Spriggan, like a nature spirit. I thought it lived in a tree and was like nature's revenge." "Yes, but he was once a boy. They put a seed in his body, and he became the Spriggan," Bree said. "And you think that's what he's doing to the rest of them? Making more of them?" Vicky said. "Look, I know it's scary, but we should just stand back and let him work. We'll be safe, and it's nothing they don't deserve," Bree said.
Vicky did her best not to hit her. She didn't mind people caring about animals and protesting out the front of a KFC, but her life was worth more than some scorpions, and certainly more than a tree. She needed to do something. She just didn't know what.
"I'm going to find Kim. She likes running after people in the dark," Vicky said.
Chapter 35. He was crouched in the brush, and he heard it coming. It wasn't as quiet as it could be. It was running back, probably with more meat for the grinder. It was dark. He couldn't see shit, but he assumed it could. He heard it slow down, and he looked up. He was crouched deep in a bush, and couldn't see it. There was an outline. It seemed to have two people. He heard one groan. They were alive. The thing was searching. It could smell him or something, but not see him either. He gripped his gun. He wanted to just stand up and empty his clip into its head, but he had a plan. Or he thought he had one. And he wanted more guns, more people, and most of all, he wanted a clear shot. He'd come to realize this was a test from God. He'd been a weak Christian. He'd always believed, but he didn't go to church. He'd been one of those who wanted a sign. Well, he had one now. Demons were real. The thing dropped the two bodies and started to search around it. It was stepping around him, and it put its rooted feet right near him. He could have leaped up and grabbed it, but in moments, it had taken them up again and was running fast. He wanted to save them, but he needed to help Kim and the rest of them. He just hoped he'd see he was gone and come straight back for him. He just needed to get back and set before he discovered he was gone. Once the creature was gone, he stood and looked. He let a full minute pass and started to run himself. He tripped and stumbled, got scratched 1,000,000 times, but soon he was nearing the house. His breath was coming in strains, and he pushed his old body hard. He started up the stairs to the house. "Kim!" he shouted at the top of his voice. The front door was broken at the bottom, and he ran into the darkness. His eyes were somewhat adjusted to the dark, and he could see the body on the floor, a bunched sheet nearby. He went to it. It was the big Irish lad, dead and horribly disfigured. "Kim! Anyone! It's me, Jim!" he yelled. He heard footsteps running down the stairs, and she was there. Her gun was drawn. She lowered her gun and ran to him. They were just friends, but he cared for her a lot. She embraced him. "I'm sorry we couldn't get you. What did he do to you?" she said. She looked at him. He was beaten up, bleeding from 1,000,000 small cuts. As they spoke, Vicky and Bree came in the back door through the kitchen. "Who is still alive? It just took the Italians, right?" he said. "He did," Kim said. "He just threw them out the window and ran off." He looked at the girl, Vicky, and she looked horrified. She'd seen it. "Everyone else is dead," she said. "Okay. That room at the end. It has no windows, right? Small, one door," he said. "What about Antonio?
And Claire! Rick! We need to save them from it,
Vicky said. They're gone, and we can't save them, but we can send that thing back to hell, he said. She looked sad, but just nodded. He led them upstairs, and when they got there, Kim opened the door. They swept in, searching the corners. Vicky was guided to the side, and they locked it again.
How did you escape?
Kim asked. It's not important, but he'll come for me, and the rest of us soon. So we wait, and when we hear something at that door, we fill it full of shots. Let's see how he likes 20 rounds, Jim said. He settled to the bed and drew his gun. Kim looked shocked, but Vicky just crouched next to him. She was holding a big knife. She, at least, would fight.
What? We can't just shoot him. He's got rights,
Kim said. He sat up again and looked at her. I know this won't make sense, but it's not Roger. It's not a man at all. I've seen it, Kim, and I think Vicky and Bree might have as well. It's a thing. It's a demon. Here to kill us all. We've got to stop it, he said. He could see she didn't believe him, but she looked at Vicky.
It's true. Bree thinks it's a Spriggan.
What's a Spriggan? Jim asked.
It's not evil, it's a nature spirit, she said.
Not evil? I saw it rip Rick apart. It tore open his throat and drained his blood like a strung chicken. And then it laid him down on the ground and planted a seed in his chest. I saw it before I started to run. It was growing. It's trying to make more. If we don't stop it, we'll have a plague of demons on our hands, he said.
That's not a demon,
Bree yelled at him.
We don't all believe in God and the devil. It's not all black and white, she said.
Kim ignored all of that and looked at Vicky, Jim, and Bree.
I don't care what it is, but it's not Roger. It's a something, not a someone, she said. It's a monster, a creature. It looks like a statue of vines, and leaves come to life, and it can control animals and insects, which is why they have been going so crazy and trying to kill us, Vicky said.
She looked at him.
It's impossible to believe, but so is everything else we've seen. I know you're not a liar, and even if it was Roger, and you said he was out of chances, and it was time to put him down, I'd stand with you now, and through the fallout, she said. He was so glad to have her with him. Vicky would help, but the Bree one was strange. She knew what it was, and was seemingly on its side. Fucking hippie.
Plan, Vicky asked. We wait for it to come in. When we see its head, we hope to God that 20 rounds are enough to do the job. Chapter 36. His enemy underestimated him. The police officer, Jim, was hiding in the forest like a child playing hide and seek. He thought he could remain unseen and unknown by him. He could hear his heavy, scared breathing, heard his hand tighten around his gun. Rage filled him that he'd let him slip away. But he had more important things to do. Turning these two into brothers and sisters was much more important right now. He'd come to realize it was the most valuable thing he could do. Then he'd go back to the house and face him and the one Kim. But first things first. He paced through the forest and got to his home tree. It was still very dark, and he had hours and hours before the sun would rise. They were both dead. He flopped her lifeless body to the ground. Her head hung at a very wrong angle. His foot had crushed her vertebrae in her neck and some of her cheekbone. She wouldn't be as she was, but most of her face would be gone in the transition. Her mind and eyes were still there. The boyfriend wasn't harmed, but for a bulge in his neck. Placing his hands on the tree, he called it to grow, and the vine reached down like eager hands and wrapped around his ankle and lifted him off the ground. It had to be quick. He had to get back and fight. The boy was raised up before him. He lashed out with a quick hand and slashed his throat. The hot blood poured from him and dripped down. It would be enough. He laid her out neatly on the ground next to the man, Rick. He made small cuts at her neck, wrists, and up the thighs of her bare legs. They were good places, and she started to bleed into the ground. She was wearing a thin dress, and placing a finger over where her heart was, he let it grow down. It ripped a hole right through her chest, giving him enough room. A seed grew from his hand, and he poked it into her chest and heart. Placing his hands over it, he willed it to grow. It sprung to life and started to spread. He would have smiled if he could have. It was working fast. His grove was running with power. He'd never had so many sacrifices at once. Looking over at the man Rick, he could see he was changing fast. He still looked like one of them, but he could sense the vines growing through him. It had spread through his arms and legs, his brain. Little spikes of it were starting to pop out from his arms and shoulders and the top of his head. He would grow a fine set of almost antlers. The males did anyway. The girls wouldn't. He cut the boy down and laid him out and repeated his process. In just a few short hours, he would have many more. Now he had 3, but there were still 4 or 5 more for him to take. Jim, Kim, Gareth, and Vicky, if she proved unwilling to help him. He laughed, thinking of them all. They were now crouched in that house, clinging to little firearms, wishing for the sunrise and dreaming that when it came, they would be saved. He'd seen in Jim's mind. He knew the team was coming. It wasn't a SWAT team, as he knew from the movies they had seen. It was far from an army with automatic guns. They looked dangerous. It would be 2 cars full of police with guns. Still a threat, but not against many of them. They would arrive and think they were going to save everyone, and they would be facing one of them each. He didn't think their guns would help, but he'd find out. If he fell now, then at least his brethren would continue his work. He'd left them growing in the forest, the vines working their way through their bodies, changing them, and started to go back to the farms. He wondered about the one, Gareth. He'd not seen him. He wasn't in the house when he'd sent the snakes, and he wasn't with Jim. He wondered if, like Vicky and Bree, he was hiding alone in the forest, or he was in his bunker. He ran through the forest. He felt so good and strong, powerful, and filled with life. He would defeat them. In a few short minutes of loping on long legs through the woods, he was at the clearing edge around the house. He thought of what he would face. He thought of Jim. What would he do if he was in a life and death fight? He knew every memory the man had, even memories of thoughts, watching some things and thinking something. They would be in a top room, no windows, waiting in the dark with guns drawn. He would rush in and would see if his body could take the damage. He thought It would be fine, unless they shot him in the head. He'd seen Jim use that gun at close range. He knew the power of it. He walked carefully to the back door and stopped. Bunker. Gareth had a bunker. It was a little concrete room in his shed. He would hide in there, surely. That was where he'd go if he wanted to be safe. He looked up at the house. There was no rush to get shot at. He turned back to the shed and pushed open the thin door. He could see clearly the hatch to it. It was a metal doorway set in concrete. He knew from Roger that Gareth was a killer. He killed a girl and planted her in a hole in the ground. Still, he had killed her for petty human reasons. He'd been obsessed with her, whatever that meant. He looked at the hatchway. He let his hands grow to it and try to find a way in. His fingers couldn't break in between the metal and concrete. He could try to punch a hole right through it, but thought the metal would be too thick. He was scrapping around outside, trying to get in. He had to be smart. He looked at the door, and raising his fist above it, he knocked on it, loudly, 3 times. Chapter 37. He was sitting in his little room, bored and checking his watch repeatedly. He'd gathered up all of the evidence of his crimes. He had piles of photos, Sarah's clothes, and even taken the computer apart, and gotten the hard drive out and ran it under a little sink they had. One thing he liked was Sarah had a Polaroid camera she took around the world, and took a photo of herself in that place, her smiling face in some desert, in some jungle, wearing something sexy on a hot beach in Mexico. It was a shame to let them go, but he had no choice. He'd burn it all, as well, when he was out. He might burn the whole shed down. That way, the police would just leave it alone. He couldn't imagine them searching through the burned ash. The whole house was destroyed. Broken doors and a broken window. Dead bodies probably littered all around. Mr. French was a teetotaler. No alcohol. But he'd laid in some of his own. If he was going to be given a free end of Day's bunker, he'd use it. He was halfway through his second bottle of Lynch Estate when he heard a knock. It was a loud knock, but someone was at his door. That was bad. The only person who knew about this place was Roger. It could be him, and he could have indeed gone crazy and started killing everyone. Or worse, it could be one of them. The doorway wasn't covered, and if someone had tried to hide in that shed, they would see it, plain as day. It could be one of the girls, or everyone, or it could be the mystery killer. He walked the length of the small room and went to the doorway. It had a small metal ladder that led up. He had to unlock it and swung it open. He went to it and looked. He waited and waited, and it knocked again, twice, then stopped, then twice again. He yelled out, "Who is it?" But his words just echoed around the room. They wouldn't be able to hear him. He stepped away from the hatch and went to the bed and picked up the hunting rifle. If it was Vicky or one of the girls, he could just kill them. He'd done it before, and while he hadn't planned that, the idea did have some appeal. Maybe he didn't have to kill them right away. She was a pretty one and had flirted with him in the car. Maybe they could have a few drinks while the world fell apart. But then she'd ask about all the clothes and photos, and he'd have to shut her up. They were always talking too much. They never understood. It knocked again, and he went to the hatch again. He had to do it, if it was one of them. He didn't want them to bring the others. He climbed partway up the small ladder, and taking his hand, unlocked the bolt, and it slid across. He stepped back, gun pointed at the ladder. As soon as it opened a scratch, it was pulled back in a flash and opened wide. He looked up, expecting to see something, but his head was smashed hard into the metal stairs. Gareth woke up, his head ringing with pain and confusion. He was tied to the bed. He looked at his hand and saw it was roughly pinned with vines. Not tied, but just wrapped around him. He looked up and started screaming. The thing loomed over the bed and looked down at him. It was like a creature of nightmares. It was like a wooden carved statue come to life, very tall and thin, with almost antlers, dark leaves on its body, and huge clawed hands that were dripping blood. It crouched over him, looking down at his helpless form. His gun was gone, and he was helpless. He tried to kick his arms and legs, but he couldn't move. He saw with horror the vines were coming out of it, out of its chest and legs, pinning him down. What was this thing? Was it the one killing everyone? Was it an evil spirit, Sarah's ghost, or Mr. French? The thing seemed to be laughing at him. It was making a hissing sound and kept looking in his eyes. It had blank, yellow eyes that seemed to see everything. "Please don't," he said, and started crying. It just reached out to him with those massive hands. They spread out over him, and its fingers spread out, growing until they covered his chest. It reached down, and he felt the tips of those fingers touching his shirt, and then push in. The pain was suddenly unbearable. It pushed its fingertips into his body. He could feel it as they slowly, so slowly sunk further and further into him. It had chosen the right spots. He bled and cried, but it didn't kill him. Its fingers were now inside of him, and the bed was soaked in blood. It started to move them, widening the holes. The pain worse as his skin ripped. He cried, "Kill me, you bastard!" It must have understood him. It took its hands away and, reaching out to his heart, put its fingers in deep and started to pull. He felt himself fading to black as it tore a path to his heart. His last thought was the police were going to find everything. Chapter 38. He had chosen her, out of all of them, the pretty and cool people, the confident and outgoing girls. He had come to her, and she understood him. He was brutal, but they were too. She had been happy to hide with Vicky. It felt like too much, but this was wrong. They were now waiting to kill him. Jim was some crazy idiot who wouldn't shut up and thought this was some mission from God for him to prove he was the sword of Christ or something. They waited in the room, their guns drawn, and then they heard him coming up the stairs. "Everyone get ready," Jim said. He stood, legs apart, gun facing the door. Kim was waiting at the side. They were going to shoot him in the head, both sides. She knew he was strong, but he wouldn't survive that. This was the way of people. They couldn't talk or try to understand. He had lived for maybe more than 500 years. A different life, but alive. Now they would end his life. Maybe he was the last of his kind. What could they learn from them? But now, nothing. She was also sick of hearing his worldview shoved down their throats. "We should talk to him. It will let us go, if we do not break its rules," she said. She was behind Jim. He said to draw her knife, but she wouldn't use it. He would be disappointed in her. She knew, in its mind, she was on its side, the only one. Vicky was on team kill the monster now. "Talk to it. Talk to a demon," Jim said. "It's not a demon. It's a part of nature.
It's something we don't understand, but it's not an it. It's a he. He has thoughts and feelings, memories," she said. She was crying now.
"Look, maybe it's a tree demon your druids cucked up hundreds of years ago. But it's a demon. And you know what? I have feelings. Kim does. You do. You think it cares?" They heard him at the door, and the handle moved just a bit. She could see Jim smiled. He smiled as he fired his gun. She'd never been in a room with one, and it was deafening. It fired out and smashed hard into the door. It must have missed it, but she knew for certain she'd be watching him die soon. The door was locked. He was smart, and hadn't been standing there. She then saw it broken the hinge, crushing it with his fingers. Jim fired into the plaster side of the door, but it wasn't there either. The loud shots echoed around the room. The door sagged, and Jim fired down at the other hinge. This time it hit. She felt a stab of guilt when she heard it. He howled in pain. She heard it loudly, and Jim laughed. He laughed. They looked down, and there was a spray of blood on the floor. It was red. He was still human. "You like that, demon? I see your blood on the floor. There's more of that for you," Jim yelled. He had shot the hinge out anyway, and the door suddenly swung open hard. It swung on the lock, opened out the wrong direction, and fell hard to the floor, leaving the doorway open and clear. She knew he would be coming in now. "Wait until you get a headshot. 2 lines of fire," Jim whispered to Kim. She stood ready on the left. Bree tightened her knife in her hand, but she didn't know what to do. In moments, she'd be witnessing the end of something, the end of a chance for people to be anything better than they were now. She heard the sound and saw its hands grab above the doorway. He must have leaped and pulled itself in, because in moments he was in the room, one hand going left and one right for Jim. She stepped back and saw Kim step up. She fired her gun twice, but it missed his fast-moving head by an inch. His long hand went around her throat in a second. His other hand was pressed like a knife against Jim's heart, but they had stopped. The muzzle of Jim's gun rested against its forehead. They looked at each other for what seemed like an age. She realized Jim wouldn't fire while he had Kim. He must have realized as well. He lifted her high off the ground by the neck. Her hands went to the one holding her by instinct, and she dropped the gun. He held her easily, slowly choking her. "Let her down, or I unload these into your head," Jim said. He lowered her to the ground. It was obvious. He'd done it to get her to drop the gun. His eyes found hers. He looked behind Jim, and they considered her. She expected to feel disappointment, but she felt concern. He was worried about her. He must have thought she was their prisoner. Kim managed to speak as she was being choked.
"Do it, Jim. End this."
Bree was close to Jim, right behind him. She could see the back of his hand tighten, and she knew his mind. He'd do it. He would hope that Kim would be okay, but if not, he'd pretend to care. This was his big hero moment. His yellow eyes found her again, and she knew. She grabbed the back of Jim's head with her hand, grabbing his hair, and she stabbed her knife into his neck. It stabbed in fast and hard, and she screamed as it went in repeatedly. The Spriggan ducked down as he fired once, but then Jim was crying out and grabbed his throat. She stabbed him repeatedly until he dropped to the floor. Her hand cut from gripping the blade too high. The Spriggan hissed, which she knew was its laugh, and held her up high. She knew he was going to snap her neck. Vicky stood up. She looked to Jim. She was horrified. She raised her knife. She ran at the Spriggan, stabbing down with the knife. He grabbed her hand and lifted her from the ground. With a quick motion, snapped Kim's neck. She fell to the ground, dead. Bree looked at Jim's body and bent down. She took the gun, and then, going to Kim, she took hers as well. She looked to Vicky as the Spriggan took her by the neck with his free hand. Vicky spoke to her, struggling to breathe. "Why, Bree?" she asked. "I had to, Vicky." She turned to the Spriggan. "Please let her go. She's no threat to you." He lowered her to the ground. "You were good to me, but you've chosen sides. You chose the wrong side. He's making more of them, Vicky. Soon, there will be a new world, and I'll be its mother. I won't kill you, but he might. You should run fast and hard and get away from here. One day, this place will be the shrine for the new world we built," she said. The Spriggan was dragging the body of Kim from the room. She followed him, singing as she went, guns in hand. Chapter 39. All Vicky wanted to do was cry, or sit with her boyfriend and drink a cup or two of poisoned wine. Her new friend, quiet, shy and awkward Bree, had just stabbed Jim in the neck and was following a tree creature around like it was a god or something. She couldn't think at all. She sat on the bed in the dark room. The only light a flashlight Jim put behind him now shined on his body as it lay in a giant and ever-growing pool of his dark, red blood. She should at least leave the room. It was filled with bodies. She stood up to leave, and she heard a groan. Jim was still alive. She rushed to his side, kneeling in his blood. He was face down, and she turned him around. His neck was a torn mess, and he was barely clinging to life. He looked at her. "The fig tree," he said, and then he died in her arms. Vicky looked down at him. She was covered in blood and just let him go. She stumbled out of the room and down the stairs. Liam's body was in the lounge, so she sat in the kitchen, pulled out a chair. "The fig tree," she said to herself. Those were his dying words. Bree had said there would be more of them. She didn't know what it was doing, but it did take the bodies with it. But not Liam or Jim. Maybe because they were really damaged. She had no idea what to do. She knew where the fig tree was. The council was clearing around it. It was a big, scary tree that people liked to look at. Maybe that was its home. She could imagine it would live in a creepy tree that killed others to live. So he was building an army of them. Great. When the cops got here, they could deal with it. Then, if they got taken and turned, they could call the Australian Army. She was hardly equipped to deal with the problem. As she sat in the dark room, the house filled with bodies, she calmed herself down and started to let herself feel. She wasn't half as scared as she should have been. Her overriding emotion was anger. She was so angry at Bree, that thing, and herself. She'd done nothing while everyone got killed around her. The only reason she'd survived was she was friends with the killer. If only her boyfriend was here, and he could set the Spriggan on fire with some magic. Plans were needed now. She could just walk to the road and keep walking. It had a lot of bodies to keep it busy, and Bree would hopefully be able to stop it killing her. She'd said the wristband would protect her from it, unless she killed something. She wondered if she could just walk up to it and set the bodies on fire. And it couldn't do shit, because it was bound by its rules. It didn't seem bound by rules. It was getting nature's blood revenge, but it seemed to be taking a liberal approach. She spoke aloud. Stupid nature. It was easy to imagine what was happening out there, near the fig tree. They were making more of them. She had no idea how long it would take, but she guessed they would be done by sunrise. It must have been about 2 o'clock now, so in a few hours a small army of unprepared cops would come in, see all the bodies, and probably lock her up for being a mental case, saying a Spriggan and her Scottish mate killed everyone. She had never really had a responsibility before. She had to go to work when she didn't want to, pay bills she couldn't really afford, and attend family events she didn't want to. But now she felt like she had to try and stop this, and she felt very unskilled and unprepared. Where was Liam Neeson when you needed him? Or even if a big tough boy who was still alive? No, it was her responsibility. It was a horrible feeling. She really did feel like it was her fault somehow. Maybe it was survivor's guilt? Still, she'd done nothing at all, as all her people were killed. Vicky walked from the kitchen and put her knife under her belt. She'd have that smoke. It had been hours, and she needed one. She reached into her pocket, and she had a pre-rolled one. It was bent, but she straightened it and lit it with her small blue lighter. As she stood out the back, she looked at the shed. The front door was open, and she could see the light coming from it. She went to the door and looked in. There was a trap door on the floor. It looked like an old-school air raid bunker. Her granddad had one. She went in and looked down. The room was big, and she sniffed the air. It smelt rank. She'd be safe in there, but someone else had probably thought that. She flicked her smoke off into the dark and climbed down into the light of the large room. It had a kitchen, a gas stove, and shelves of food. Bless the paranoid Christians. She stopped and looked. There was a bed in the corner, and Gareth, or what was left of him, was tied to it. The bed was soaked in blood, and he'd shit himself. "Everywhere I go, there's another body," she yelled. The room revealed a lot more. She was getting the idea that the Spriggan wasn't the only freak on the farm. The table near the bed was full of girls' clothes and photos. It was the same pretty blonde girl whose suitcase she'd found. She remembered her boyfriend saying some mother was blogging her daughter was missing. Vicky looked at a photo of her. "What happened to you?" she said. Gareth probably happened. She was probably killed in here too. Country. Of all the people it had killed, Gareth was the only one she didn't mind. Looking around, she saw she could stay down here. She could lock the door and not come out for a week. The cops would come and get killed. The army would come, and there would be a huge shit fight. She'd reappear in a world that believed in monsters, or in a world where monsters ruled, and you couldn't eat a hamburger or burn wood for a fire. England would suck. On the floor, near his body, was a hunting rifle. She picked it up. It was bent halfway down. She knew he'd ruined the weapon. It was smart, and new guns could stop it. She looked around the bunker. Flares, petrol. She looked in a room at the back, cans of food, and then a locker on the floor. She opened it up, and inside was a shotgun. She took it out. It was short and had a box of shells next to it. It was a zombie survival kit. It even had machetes. She laughed again. What a crazy coot. Bless him. She took out the gun and went back to the main room. She counted the shells. There was a full box of 20. She thought of Bree. Could she shoot her? She hadn't killed her, but she could hold it on her and try to burn that fig tree down. She was sure her boyfriend said killing Spriggan was easy with fire, and if it had a home, she'd burn it down. She loaded the gun with 2 shells. She'd shot rabbits on her granddad's farm. She was English. All she needed was a riding crop. She started to put things on the bed. The gun, shells. She filled a few water bottles with petrol from the generator and flares. She looked at her pile and got a small backpack from the back room. It was army green. Nice. Once it was all ready, she stopped and looked at it. Was she really going to try and stop them? Why should it be her? She could just lock the door and stay. If she went, there was a 100% chance she'd either get killed or get killed and turn into a Spriggan. She'd never had to do anything like this before, but she got down on her knees and prayed for the first time in years. Dear Lord, please don't let me die in country Australia at the hands of a tree monster and a crazy Scottish witch. Chapter 40. Bree knew she'd done the right thing. She'd felt so much power and strength in herself when she had stabbed Jim. It was like opening the door to her own cell. She was free. She could do anything she wanted now. The Spriggan ran ahead with the body, but she knew it wanted her to come, and she knew where its home tree was. She walked with confidence she'd never had before. She wasn't little Bree the Burke anymore. All the ones who picked on her and made her life at school a horror, they'd be dead soon enough. She'd go back home and bring him with her. The tree started clearing as she approached, and she saw the glory of what he was doing. There was a neat row of bodies laid out before the tree. Roger and Rick, the Italian couple, Antonio and Claire. Now, Kim. They would have to go back for Jim. She hoped Vicky was gone by then. It would kill her now, but she honestly liked her still. She'd just picked the wrong side. She felt sorry for her. She was weak-minded. She didn't realize what a great gift they'd been given. As she walked up, he came to her. He was beautiful to her now, so strong and free. She knelt before him, and he placed a hand on her head. She felt a rush of memories. They were for her, a gift. She'd done well. He showed her everything of the priestesses, the druids. They were, their religion, and their ways. They believed the soul would come back to another body, and thus they wanted the earth kept well for their return. They didn't eat meat. They lived in tune with nature. They grew food, but prayed in thanks for the gifts of life, and only burned what trees and branches fell on their own. She saw in her new memories the songs they sang, and when they gave a sacrifice to the trees and the land. They gave one a year, and she saw how the power of it helped the crops, helped the tree. It was clear it worked. The farm was so much greener and full of life. He was showing her what she needed to be. She understood. He removed his hand, and she stood. She knew what to do. She went to each of them and looked at them. Roger and Rick were almost ready. They didn't really look like people anymore. She could tell them from their clothes, but their bodies were changing fast. She saw how the vines grew through them and would take them over. They would remember their old lives, but they would be changed. They would feel what he felt, the connection with the land. They would be of nature and man, the perfect union. They didn't need to eat. They didn't sleep, except to dream, and they could live for hundreds of years. He lay down the body of Kim. She knew what to do. It was better if she did it. She plunged the blade into her chest in one strong movement, like she'd done it 100 times before. It slipped into his chest easily and cracked a rib as it went. She moved it back and forth, making the hole bigger, and then put out her hand. He was watching her and seemed pleased. He looked at his hand for a moment and then opened it. A seed sat inside. She knew it was the seed of life, and to create one took a lot. She pulled it from his hand and dropped it inside of her chest. She then started to sing over it. She knew the words. They were Old English, and of connection and nature provide. He moved her aside and put its hands on the chest. She saw him using his power to make the seed grow faster. In the past, they would leave it. That would take weeks or even months. but he needed it to be much faster. She knew he wanted them ready for sunrise and the arrival of the police force. They too would be taken, and then there would be a small army of them. She was almost jealous of her. She would be getting so much power and knowledge. She would be connected to the very soul of the earth. Still, they would need her. She would be the only priestess they had, and everyone would know her name. Once they were finished, it turned without a word and started to run back towards the house. He would be collecting Jim. There would be 6 of them. She saw him run off into the forest and sat down. She hoped Vicky was smart enough to be out of the house. It wouldn't spare her if she wasn't there. Now, she thought of it differently. She'd given her a chance to touch greatness, to be one with nature, and she'd slapped her offer down. She wanted her alive, but if she was dragged back to be turned, that was an even better life. They could be sisters forever. Chapter 41. He had forgotten why the priestesses were needed. Then, he'd found out again. He didn't know what the gun would do to him. His hand had regrown, and his new finger was there in just a few short minutes. It had grown back. But he still had his thoughts from when he was a boy. He had the memory. He had been worried, but she had saved him. Now he had her to help him. She could lure the people coming into a trap. She could steal their weapons from them and make them believe anything. He knew a fight would be coming. They would find the house, and no one there. He'd take the body of Liam, even though it was useless, and Jim, even though he hated him. They would still see all the blood and search until they found where they had gone. If they had dogs, they would follow the scent of blood to his tree. He hoped they brought dogs. A sound came to him, and he changed course. He was running fast but slowed down. It was the girl, Vicky. She crept slowly through the forest, in the dark, and he could hear her breathing. He had no idea what she was coming for. Maybe revenge, maybe to join them. All her people were dead, and she'd seen in Bree. She was a friend to this girl. He stopped and watched her. She went slowly, unable to see well. She moved from tree to tree, using them as a guide to talk to the next one. She was very slow. On her back was a bag, and sticking out of it was a gun. A shotgun, it was called. So, it was revenge she wanted. He ran as fast as he could toward her, leaping past trees and branches. He ended standing in front of her. His hands reached out around her throat in moments, gun still in her bag. She looked scared, and she should be. She was so weak, he could snap her neck in a moment. Then she spoke. "My lord, I've come to join you and Bree," she said. He'd laughed at her and looked at the gun over her shoulder. "People are coming, with guns. I can use it. Me and Bree can stop them," she said. He didn't believe her, but people were weak. Bree had said to her. She picked the losing side. Maybe she wanted to live. He took a hand off her throat and placed it on her head. He let his mind find hers and delved into her memories. He couldn't read her thoughts, which was sad, but he saw her getting the gun. She was scared and angry. Then she saw her praying, not to him, but to the Christian god Jim had followed. She was coming to try and kill him. He laughed again and started to tighten the grip on her neck. She began to choke and slowly lose her breath. and he felt it. He hadn't felt it in years. She wasn't meant to die, or he didn't have the right to kill her. He could feel nature crying out that she wasn't a defiler. He looked at the bracelet she'd been given. It washed all her past sins. She was pure again. He'd have to change that. He'd seen her mind. He knew her fears, and he would break her, and then truly break her. He wished he could speak, but it didn't matter. He reached out with its mind, finding the thing she feared most. He called for the creatures to come. They began to crawl up his body, and he let them climb down his hand and towards her. She almost screamed, looking at it. It was a black, fat one with a red spot. He called the one with the white tail, and finally, the big huntsman. All the things she feared. He placed his hand out, and she looked at it for an age, but then reached out and put her hand near his. The spiders crawled off his hand and started to climb onto her. First, just a few, then more and more. He kept calling them until tens of them were crawling all over her. She closed her eyes, and he watched as she flicked and twitched as they climbed all over her. They didn't bite, but were a test. If she killed one, he could strike. She must have known, and as a big huntsman climbed over her face, he saw a tear start to run down her face. She was crying, but held herself straight and didn't move. "I just want to help," she said. She wouldn't be able to stop them, and while he couldn't kill her, Bree could, and if she hurt her, that would be enough as well. He waved his hand, and the spiders started to climb down her body, to the ground, and away. He motioned she should go. She started to walk faster away from him, and towards his home tree. He was so sick of rules. Chapter 42. Vicky was walking through the forest, going slowly, stumbling from tree to tree. It was dark. The moon was only half, but didn't cut through the thick canopy of jungle like trees. She kept worrying she would step right on a snake. Instead, she heard a rush of branches and wind. Then it was standing right before her. Bloody Spriggan. Literally, its hands dripped with blood and gore. She'd seen it clearly in the room, but now it was just her and it. She almost cursed. The gun was in the bag. It didn't say a word. She didn't think it could talk. It had no mouth, but she knew it could understand. It put a hand around her throat, and she almost felt its pleasure. Words came out. Something like she wanted to join him and Bree. The thing put one of its large tree hands on her head. She felt a connection, and it started to read her thoughts. It ran through them in moments. Finding the gun, getting ready, praying. It didn't seem to like that part. She felt the pressure on her throat increase. It was going to snap her neck. She should never have left the bunker. She shouldn't be the one to try and stop this thing. Her life started to slip away, and she was far from ready to give it up. She could reach the gun. She was seconds from trying to grab it, when the pressure stopped, and its hands dropped. It stood, looking at her bracelet. It couldn't kill her. It had rules, and she wasn't on the list. Vicky remembered Bree saying it would test her, and saw it reach out its hand toward her. Spiders were crawling up its body and down its hand. It looked at her, and she knew what it wanted. She held out her hand, and the disgusting things crawled onto her. She hated them so much. There was a white tail, red back, and a big hairy huntsman, her worst one. They were harmless, unlike the others. Just had Australia's second most painful bite. The thing looked at her. It was a test. She felt the sensation of them walking over her fine arm hair. They went straight for her neck and face, climbing all over her. It was so hard to hold herself back from dropping to the ground and rolling around, but he wanted her to kill just one, and then he could kill her. She held herself as still as she could. Tears came to her eyes, and she let them climb. She knew they wouldn't bite. She just kept thinking, "Move and you die, move and you die." She managed to say something like, "I just want to join you." The spiders started to climb down her body. She held tight, and finally, they crawled past her jeans and boots to the ground. It waved its hand at her and was gone in seconds. Once again, she stood alone in the forest, 1/2 mile from the tree at least. She thought she could find it in the dark. Luckily, it was north, and she had a glow-in-the-dark compass on her keys. When the thing had put its hand to her head, she realized it was a lot tougher than it seemed. Its finger had been shot off. Red, human-looking blood was on the floor. But now, it had grown back. She hoped a gun would be enough. She should try to burn it as well. She had no idea what to do. It would sense her watching and waiting, and Bree would never believe she had joined them. The one good thing was they couldn't talk. Vicky started to walk again. It felt like an age, but she felt good. For one thing, she knew nothing was watching her or going to get her. She had passed its test. If she saw a spider now, it was getting squashed without mercy. She heard her before she saw her. Bree was singing loudly, some Gaelic witch-sounding song. It was quite beautiful. She could also see the light through the tree. They had a fire. That was weird. But then Bree said they could burn fallen branches. It was getting cold, even for QLD. Must have been around 10 degrees. She crept closer to her, waiting at the tree line. She looked down and realized she was doing the right thing. What choice had they given her? At her feet, in neat rows, were the bodies of the people the creature had killed. Any chance of saving anyone long gone. They were changing. She could see it wouldn't be long at all. Some truly looked dead and twisted like Rogers and Rick, but the Italian boy, Antonio, looked almost peaceful, except for the huge rip across his throat. She knew these people were dead. She'd seen some of them die, yet looking at them all bled out like this was horrible. If she died, she didn't want to come back as a murder-crazed Spriggan. Did they still have a mind, or were they just a vessel? She hoped a vessel, because she knew now she would have to destroy them too. Bree looked like she had really lost her mind. She had ripped her dress so it was shorter and was dancing around while singing. She didn't want to shoot her, but she thought she could probably hit her in the head with the butt of the gun. Part of her had been thinking she'd come, and it wouldn't be so bad. But it was. They were building an army of these things, and defiling their poor bodies as well. Get murdered and wake up a killer. Welcome to Queensland. She needed a plan. She drew out the shotgun from her bag and loaded it as quietly as she could. It took 2 shells, and she stuffed more in her pocket. Then she took out the 3 small water bottles filled with petrol, her knife, taser, and finally her trusty blue Bic lighter. Then she thought of the pistols. They were just sitting on the ground, next to one of the bodies. Bree wasn't holding them. She was too busy being a freak. While she was waiting and planning, it came back. It was a busy, horrible thing. And it had the bodies of Jim and Liam. She had locked the door to the bunker. She'd found some keys and wanted a safe place to run back to once the job was done. It dropped Jim and Liam to the ground and put them in line with the others. They had 7 bodies in total, and she knew it had killed a lot more. It killed the French family. It killed Nick, the English guy. And who knows who else? Gareth, that missing worker probably. And God knows how many others during its many hundreds of years of life. She looked for the first time at the tree. They stood before it. Jim had said the fig tree, and then died. So the tree was important. It was ugly and massive. It was clearly hundreds of years old, growing long and hanging vines. A tall pine has been growing next to it, and its vines had taken it and pulled it over so it could have the sunlight and not it. That's how they lived, by killing other trees. She could easily imagine that thing lived in there. Once again, she had to try not to scream and cry out as she watched Bree went to work on her new bodies. She sunk a knife into the chest of poor old Jim. She ripped the hole bigger and took a seed or something from its hand. She dropped it in and then seemed to pray over it. She saw the body jerk, even from a distance. The vines were growing through the host, spreading through. Soon, he would be like Rick and Roger, almost all plant and looking a lot like the creature, but still dead. She imagined there must be a time when one would just sit up. If she waited that long, she'd be dead. Chapter 43. Vicky was hiding in the trees watching them when he had returned. It had just turned her head to the spot in the forest, and she could see her, hiding and watching. Bree was glad. She would join their family now. There was no way she could stop them. He was there, with her now, and she was standing close to the bodies. She could see that Roger and Rick had almost completed the process. Their bodies didn't look human at all. He had taken the form of nature, and their bodies kicked and jerked as the vines made their way through all the limbs and systems, trying to take control. It was like operating a puppet. At first, they would be fully transformed. She prepared the bodies of Jim and Liam, cutting into them and planting the seed in their chests. She knew that Vicky was watching, and she wondered what she would be thinking. She imagined she would have to try and attack them, come running out of the forest with her knife. Why did she feel the need to be a hero? She should have stayed locked in the house or run off into the night. "You should come out, Vicky. I know you're there," she said. She turned to the part in the forest she was. She could just see her crouching down. She would have missed her if she hadn't helped. "You can't stop us, but you can join us. He let me know you passed the test. He won't hurt you unless you try to stop this," she said. As she watched, Vicky stepped out of the shadows. She was holding a shotgun in her hands. It shook a little, but she pointed it right at her. She walked up fast, the gun pointed at Bree's face. She seemed not very happy to be doing it. He saw it and knew what was happening, but like with Jim, it stayed back, crouched, ready to pounce. "What's happened to you, Bree? How can you think this is right? You're planting seeds in bodies. You're helping make an army of killers," Vicky said. "We're making a better world. I've seen their life, the way they lived it. It was so much better. So close to nature. So pure," she said. "There are over 8 billion people now. You think you're going to kill our way to Eden? They won't give up the big cars, fast food, and beer on tap, and no one can tell them to," she said. "I'm sure once people have the choice, change or die, most will choose change. Now, are you really going to shoot me?" Bree said. "No, I'm not," she said. Vicky swung the gun around and pointed it right at the Spriggan's face and fired. Chapter 44. She didn't have a plan, but walking out into the open with a loaded gun declared her intentions. Clearly, she just had to hope it would all work out. Bree was in her face, talking her hippie bullshit, and she was just waiting. The creature was coming closer and closer, and then it was only a meter away. She swung the gun and pointed it right at its creepy yellow eyes and fired. The sound was deafening, and even though she had the gun pressed hard against her shoulder, it kicked back hard. She was pushed back, but saw it flying back and up. It got airtime. Bree was screaming and bent down to it. Vicky could see its face was destroyed, red blood running from it. She notched the other barrel and stepped up to it. Another wouldn't hurt. She intended to use all the shells in her pocket. Bree was crying and looked to her. "Why, Vicky, why?" She smashed her in the face with the butt of the gun. It was just like the movies. She caught it in the temple and flopped to the dirt. Vicky looked at the Spriggan. They didn't breathe, but it looked dead. She wasn't taking any chances. She put the gun to its forehead and fired again. The shot ripped into its head, and it slumped to the side. She stepped back. She'd done it. She couldn't believe it. With a shaking hand, she tried to load another 2 shells, and managed to. Then, she heard a noise behind her. She swung to the side. It was Roger. He'd turned, and was sitting up. It looked like another one. Wood, leaves, yellow eyes, horns starting to grow. He sat up like a corpse, in a coffin, and looked at her. She looked at Roger many times, and this was far from him. It put its hand to the ground to try stand. She stepped up to it, and putting the gun to its head, fired. It was very different from the other one. The thin shell of wood cracked, and she saw the skull, brain, and vines go flying. He slumped to the ground, looking very dead. The top of his smashed skull showing a nest of what looked like blackberry vines inside. Gross. If that was a death, she turned again, and it was standing up. She had blinded it. Its hand touched its face, and it screamed in pain. A deep, scary scream. She had destroyed its eyes, and its good looks. But it was far from dead. As she looked, it started to regrow. The shell holes in its head and face were disappearing, and it lunged at her. She jumped back. It couldn't see her. She had one more shot and fired it into its kneecap, or where it would have had one. It buckled to one leg and then got up again. She turned and started to run, back to her bag. It couldn't see, but it could still sense her. As she ran, she reached her bag. She grabbed a bottle of petrol and her taser. She'd burn this fucker up. But he let his long arms swing left and right, and she was hit hard. Vicky felt her body go flying. She landed in a blackberry bush that was huge. She would have hit much harder, but she landed on something soft. She opened her eyes, and she was face to face with a rotting dead man. The council worker. The bush had grown all around him. His face was rotting, and his stomach and chest had organs hanging from them. She couldn't help it. She screamed. It was too much. The Spriggan heard her, and reaching through the bush, grabbed at her. She kicked its hand, but it grabbed her leg and started to drag her out. She reached out and grabbed the body. Next to it was his chainsaw. She grabbed it as she was dragged through the prickles, cutting her face and hands. She turned the chainsaw and her body so she was facing him. She looked at the chainsaw. Bless the QLD Council. It was push button start. She turned it on and stood up. Its hand grabbed her throat and it lifted her up, choking her. Vicky pressed the button and hoped. The chainsaw sprang to life in moments. Yes, high-quality stuff. The blade was spinning fast, and she brought it around a huge arc. It dug deep into its arm, and then the next, cutting them off the body. It screamed and fell back, blood pouring from it. It dropped her, and the hands still clung to her neck. She shook them off in disgust. It was backing off. She'd blinded it, and now had the weapon of choice. As she looked, its arms were growing back. The stumps were growing vines, and they were reforming. She lunged at it, and slashing the chainsaw, brought it across its face. It backed up and fell over Bree's prone body. It fell to the ground. Vicky didn't think. She just started cutting. She let the chainsaw run through its neck and saw its head come away. She kicked it hard, and it rolled away to the center of the clearing. It was like cutting wood, only a little blood. She then cut its shoulders and legs. She stopped the chainsaw, and before she could have a breakdown, she took the piece of cut-up Spriggan and put them on a fire. The pieces landed in the blaze and went up quickly. "Stitch that," she said. Vicky turned to look and saw Bree was sitting, looking at her. Vicky's face was covered in blood, and she'd just watched her chainsaw apart her nature spirit. Bree looked in horror. "Run," was all Vicky said. Chapter 45. She sat around the fire, cross-legged in the dirt. The fire blazed. The Spriggan body was good fuel, it seemed. She kept looking over at all the bodies of her friends and workmates and trying to psych herself up to do something disgusting and terrible. They were dead, she kept telling herself. Nothing left of what they were, and she couldn't just wait till the police got here. They would just freak out. Rick was almost fully turned, and most of the rest looked not like people at all. They looked like they were changing fast. She counted her shells. Not enough, and she wanted some left. Who knew where Bree was? At least Vicky had the pistols as well. She went over to the bodies. Rick, Roger, the Italians, Kim, Jim, Liam. Gareth was still in his bunker and had missed this fate. So many it had killed. This was going to make police and media history. She wouldn't be able to explain it, but she had to do what she had to do. Vicky picked up her chainsaw and pressed the button on it. It sprung to life, the sound echoing through the trees. The sun was starting to come up. She stood over the body of Roger, and trying not to think about it too much, she pressed the spinning blade hard to his neck. It was tough work. The vines ripped and cut. His human blood sprayed up on her. She almost cried again. It was warm on her face. Already dead, she told herself. Rick started to raise up. She pinned his chest down and pressed the blade in. Of course, his eyes opened, and he screamed as she cut his head from his shoulders. Moving from one to the next, she cut them all clean off their shoulders. None of the others woke up, but she was covered in blood, and for some reason, her heart was racing. She took their heads and placed them away from their bodies. It looked sick, like the work of a true psycho. She went to her bag and poured gas over the bodies, and piling them up, she lit the pile and watched as it began to burn. They didn't go like the Spriggan, they were wet. But the gas helped, so the smell of wood and flesh filled the early morning. It was done. He was dead. They were gone. Bree was off in the forest, but scared shitless. Vicky turned her pistols into her bag and took the shotgun and chainsaw, either hand. She looked at the tree. All this had been done before it, but it looked different. She realized it was just a tree. The Spriggan was dead, and it was just lifeless again. Good. She didn't want to try cut it down. Vicky left the scene of her mass butchery and started to walk back to the bunker. She'd hide out until the police came, and then probably spend the rest of her life in jail or a nut house. She strolled and realized she was almost happy. She'd done it. Sure, she was bound to be arrested, but at least the world was safe. They didn't know it, but she would. She smoked 3 cigarettes as she walked back and realized she was running very low on tobacco. She kept an eye out for Bree, but didn't see her. She went towards the bunker, and now the sun was rising. She saw it over the trees and smiled. 1 in 10, and she'd made it. As she looked at the sky, she saw a helicopter was coming across the sky. It was yellow. It looked like a private one, not the police. But who knew? She dropped her bag. Time to explain all this. As it came, she heard a noise. The door to the shed burst open. Gareth had turned. He was as scary as the creature ever was. He looked at her with his yellow eyes across the field and started to run at her, hand out to the sides, growing into claws. Without a thought, she dropped to her knee and drew her shotgun. As he ran closer, she fired calmly. She took his leg off at the knee. She fired again, before he fell, into the other leg. She ran to him and put her foot hard on his chest. "I'm good at this now," she yelled as she pulled out her chainsaw and hacked his head from his shoulders in one solid cut. The helicopter landed far from the house. It was the only place with no trees, and she saw a single person coming. She couldn't believe it. She waited and saw they were running. She started to run too. It was him, her boyfriend. He met her in the middle of the field, but could see Gareth and would have heard the gun. She was covered in blood and must have looked somewhat terrifying. "You okay, baby?" he asked. She held him tight and let her shotgun drop. She couldn't explain. She was in shock, but couldn't believe he was here. "What are you doing here? In a helicopter?" "Well, the phone went dead. Who cuts the phone? Killers. That's who. So I thought, fuck it. The copter's just from the airfield. We have a plane waiting," he said. "How?" she said. "Money. Lots of Gareth's money. He had a gold card," he said. She laughed and looked back at his dead body. "He won't need it," she said. "The fuck is that? Looks like a Spriggan," he said. "It is, and it had friends, but a chainsaw works well," she said. "Okay. Well, I try to process that. We should go. I saw the police cars from the air," he said. "Go? I have to stay and explain. Everyone is dead. Everyone," she said. "I love you, and I'll stand by you. But ask yourself, have you done anything that could get you arrested or locked in a nut house if you explained it?" he asked. "Both," she said. "Then we leave. The only evidence you were here is a few emails on Roger's workaway, those videos, and the stuff from Gareth's law firm. The money was never transferred. Anything else?" "Nope. That's it," she said. "That's a lot." "A missing person who looks like you," he said. "I love you," she said. "I love you too. I'm glad to help. Now let's go and get on our private plane, and you can have a beer and a breakdown," he said. "Sounds good," she said. She let her chainsaw and the bag full of guns drop to the ground and walked away from the farm forever. Chapter 46. When Vicky had said run, she did. She had a killer look in her eyes. She'd snapped and gone crazy. The sun was rising, and she saw her leave in a helicopter. It was weird, but she was left all alone. Bree wandered back to the tree, feeling broken. All her dreams were dead. The last of the Spriggans, of nature's warriors, were dead. The clearing was like the scene of mass murder. There was a pile of bodies, heads, cut off and burning. She knew the Spriggan was at the bottom. All the others were gone now. She went to the tree
and pushed her head against it. She cried. It was all over now. She turned, and as she did, she felt a burst of life. It had a fraction left. A single seed dropped from the branches above to her lap. She picked it up. It was just like the ones she had planted in them. It was hope. She took the seed and without a thought put it in her mouth and swallowed it. She felt it going down to her stomach and willed it to grow. Bree stood with a smile. She'd started to walk toward the road. She hoped she could get back home before it started to grow. She wanted to get to Beckenham, where Vicky lived, and have the body she needed to take her revenge. Then she would build her own army, and the world could be saved from itself. The end.